When I look into your eyes, it's a perfect paradise.
Woo!
Paradise.
Welcome.
You betcha I don't mind if we stay up late and talk all night, and we can share our dreams under the moonlight. I think it's alright if we stop the clock and turn back time. You can tell me anything, whatever's on your mind. Every time we meet, when I look into your eyes, it's a perfect paradise. Paradise. Every time we meet, when I look into your eyes, it's a perfect paradise. Paradise. I believe that's something, and let it be this one thing. Paradise. We can make it last forever, as long as we're together. It's paradise. If you wanna believe in something, then let it be this one thing. Paradise. We can make it last forever, as long as we're together. It's paradise. Every time we meet, when I look into your eyes, it's a perfect paradise. Paradise. If I believe in something, then let it be this one thing. Paradise. We can make it last forever, as long as we're together. It's
All right. It's a nice little ditty. Ran across it a few years ago. I hope all of you are well tonight. Happy Sabbath. And perhaps no one has started visiting yet. I've only been running it several minutes now, but I wanted to do a Sabbath stream tonight. I didn't think I would be able to, but it turns out I made it home on time. So sorry about starting a little late. I know I like to start at 9 Central, but it just couldn't happen tonight on time. So my apologies, but at least I made it. And I probably won't do a super long one tonight. We'll probably just do a nice, easy, normal YouTuber length one, couple of hours, perhaps 3, and then we'll, cut it off for tonight. we'll save more things to talk about during the week. But let me set up everything here real quick. I gotta get the message thing set to all messages. And let me check my. Yep, everything is there. All right, cool. So, until people notice and chime in, I did not watch the Biden thing, but I saw some highlights and some headlines going through the, main feed of my YouTube feed. And I guess he even said some more stuff today. And then he also ignored some invader types, the Spanish ones or something, who wanted to question him during some presser he was giving. So I didn't get to see his big boy conference, but maybe I'll sit down one night and watch the highlights of it from one of the channels that builds a compilation of the things he said. Anyhow, I don't have anything really that I was planning on complaining about. I know a lot of these streams I start off ready to cover something that's irritating me for the week, or something that bad that happened to our people. But this week I really didn't focus on a lot of negativity. I had a lot of other things going on this week that steered my focus in more of a positive direction. And I don't even know if it was a positive direction per se, but it just forced me to stay going, not looking backwards, not paying attention to all the bad things that were going on this week. And I gotta say, it's relaxing mentally to be able to step away from everything happening in the political spectrum and the war against our people and everything. It is refreshing, and it allows you to kind of exhale and regroup yourself. And so, but at the same time, it detaches you from all the current things going on, so that's why I'm kicking off this stream really not knowing much about what happened this week. I was able to hop on YouTube here and there for brief moments, but I just had enough things going on that I really couldn't look into what all was happening. So it seems to me, though, and I don't know if any of you folks have noticed this, but it does seem to me that YouTube has been awkwardly slow for the last 3 weeks or so. Nobody's had any groundbreaking new information. There have been no big revelations of anything. It's just been kind of a blah thing to a meh thing to a nothing burger over here thing to a just nothing really epic has been coming forth on YouTube lately. I would say in the last 3 weeks, probably the best things I've seen posted at all would be Leather Apron Club. That was a pretty good post he did recently. And I'm trying to think of someone else who really just really pushed the boundaries, really pushed the forefront, and was spearheading the truther movement the last 3 weeks or so. Haven't you noticed? I don't know if any of you have noticed, but YouTube to me seems like it's very it's dudded out for a moment, it's stalling or something. And everyone's just getting by doing their Politico commentary, Biden gaffes, some whatever thing about Trump, perhaps. Even the pro-Trump stuff has slowed down pretty greatly. It just seems like YouTube is stalling right now. It just seems like it's just not I haven't seen anything epic, other than the Leather Apron Club thing. That was pretty awesome. That was pretty good. James O'Keefe. I guess we could give James O'Keefe a little bit of credit. He has been revealing the anti-whiteness in, big corporations. And, people could argue day and night about whether he's, a Yid or Yid controlled. I'm sure he's Yid funded. We know Elijah is Yid funded. He admits so on his show. So, these bigger names that get funded, I mean, they're pretty much always going to be, you can almost set your watch to it. They're going to be Yid funded. And so, people argue that he is, but he is posting and exposing these major corporations with their blatant anti-white plans, and their how they do their thing, their modus operandi at their corporation of how they discriminate against white people, particularly white men, but white people in general. What's funny is white women feel like they are not being discriminated against by these DIE policies, but in fact, they are just discriminated against in more clever ways where they're not able to discern it when it's happening to them. And once in a while, a white woman is sharp enough at what she's up to in an organization, at a business, whatever, at her job, that she knows that she's getting hosed, and she will pick up on it and throw a fit and go nuclear about the fact that she knows she's getting discriminated against, right? But that won't come until they've already enjoyed many years of useless or useful idiot service out of her, right? So they'll have already enjoyed, perhaps 2 or 3 years of her rabid and militant anti-whiteism in her position, at whatever company. And she did it with glee, with her, hate daddy. I hope my lefty friends are giving me likes on Twitter or whatever mentality. She will champion for her own enemies for however long, 6 months, 2 years, 5 years, before they finally decide to cut her off one day, to have her step aside or step down or get lost so they can move in a replacement for her. And so useful idiots are, one of our most dangerous enemies when we are at a company we work at or whatever. But even though they are dangerous to us, they are also self-destructive. Over time, they hose their own self out of a gig. But however long the non-whites or the Jays, whoever, are using that particular white woman, however long they want to string her along and use her, they will. Same thing with the cucked white males, the gay white males, things like that. They do the same thing with them. And, I'm sure some of you folks have seen videos where some gay guy or some white woman is basically booted out of their position, inexplicably almost, and then they're blatantly just replacing that person right then with a, black female, whatever. And you see that lefty white woman or that lefty gay guy, white guy, flip out. They're ready to throw hands, or they're swinging on people. I mean, they chimp out, for lack of a better term. And so it's in some ways, I of course my initial knee-jerk reaction is that's what you get, the told you so kind of attitude. But in another weird way, since they're white people, I still have empathy for the fact that now they're finally seeing, now they finally have the same emotion raging through them that you folks have to have regularly, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. You folks have a portion of your heart and soul and mind and even body, I would say, that aches for your people and your people's and your country's position, you know? And just knowing the war that's being waged against us, knowing that our own people are oblivious to it, even cheering it on, even siding with our enemies. Um, Basically, just every worst example along the way. The deeper you look into our white people, the worse and worse it gets. And all the while, we want to try to keep charisma up. We want to feel like we're winning. We want to feel like we're reaching more and more souls every day. But I tell you what, it's when you read comment sections of conservative channels, Fox News, when they actually allow the comment section because it's not about black crime or Jewish crime. When you read the comment sections of Salty Cucker or Veteran Cucker or Dreidel Wire or any of these places, you see, and keep in mind, YouTube comment sections are much more in tune with the political scenery that's happening at any given time than, say, a full normie who does not even participate online, right? Someone who just gets up every day. They don't even watch the news. They just get up, they listen to their favorite radio station, and jam to music on the way to work. They work all day listening to rock and commercials, and they don't pay whatever commentary any mind. At the end of the day, they come home, they watch a couple of Talmud Vision shows that they like, and they have dinner and go to bed, and they really spend their whole life, every day of their life, in that type of cycle. On the weekends, they have a hobby they go do that keeps them from paying attention to anything in politics then either. And so they just basically are detached from all of the burden that you folks feel while you are trying to care about our people, trying to reach souls, trying to wake our people up before someone else loses a little daughter or someone else loses a little toddler boy tossed off of the fourth floor of Mall of America. Before another one of our people loses an elderly person in the family to a rapist who rapes them and beats them to their death, and they can't do anything about it because they're 81 years old or whatever. Before any more of those things happen, which we know they happen every 2 minutes, every 30 seconds, while I've been streaming, there have already been 100 white women attacked by the non-whites in our country, in just this country, not counting Germany, not counting Sweden, not counting France or Norway or the UK. I mean, everywhere Australia is being, flooded with them. It's really bad all over our world, and ignorance truly is bliss. These folks who pay absolutely no attention to politics or the war against white people, the positioning, the browning of America all around them. They look around and they don't, I don't know if they actually see it and they're just telling themselves that they don't see anything wrong, or if, a huge portion of those folks who proclaim they don't see anything wrong truly do not see anything wrong. They look around and shrug their shoulders and go, what are you talking about? Like, maybe there really is a very large portion of our people who think there's nothing wrong happening, who genuinely do believe and feel that way. Like, they are just truly, totally oblivious. They really do not see the gigantic Jewish and the gigantic black and the gigantic invader elephants in the room. They just don't see them. They don't see them crapping on the floor. They don't see their gigantic trunks. They don't see that they're taking up the entire room and there's nowhere for us to stand anymore. maybe somehow they really don't see it. Maybe they don't see any of the three. But a whole portion of me just does not want to believe that. Our people created flight 9 different ways. I might be 11 by now, or 12. Our people created the jet engine and every type of science, not scientism, not Jewish hoax scientism like it is force taught to all of our children in schools, but real actual science, observation, test, repeat, observe, our people have created all the magnificent things that make your life as comfortable and luxurious as it is. And you may hear me say the word luxurious and roll your eyes and go, yeah, right, I'm broke as a joke. I live in a little shack, whatever. But trust me when I say, and if you just think about it for even a moment, that you live in luxurious times compared to any of our ancestors who lived before us. They struggled. Death was the answer if you made a mistake, if you offended the state or someone else too greatly. There was no welfare. There was no electricity. There was no machinery. There were no cold drinks on demand in the middle of a scalding hot day. There was no air conditioning to escape into because you're about to go into a heat stroke because you overdid it outside trying to earn your living, trying to fix your home before the storm comes so it doesn't pour rain through the leak in your roof. The luxuries in the time frame you enjoy, and I've mentioned this on other streams, are something you really ought to add in your Sabbath prayers tonight to the Lord. And if you don't get around to your Sabbath prayers tonight, which I recommend you do every Sabbath, be early to God. But if you don't, for whatever reason, until tomorrow, I would highly recommend, from one brother of Christ to another brother or sister of Christ, to add that to your prayers. One of the items that you itemize to the Lord and give thanks to the Lord for. Give him thanks for the time frame of this 6,000-year trial that he put you in. He could have put you in the 1100s. You know how terrible your life would have been in the 1100s after Christ? What about sometime BC? He could have put you in 600 BC. You talk about a life. That ain't a life you'd want to live. I promise you that. Not compared to what you got here. Cell phones, worldwide communication at the touch of your finger. You go anywhere you want. 70 miles an hour. Sitting in a comfortable chair with cool or cold air blowing on you to keep you comfortable. When it gets cold all winter, you don't have to build a fire. You can't imagine how blessed you are to live in this time frame. And so I am grateful to the Lord specifically for this time frame. I hope I encourage more of you folks to itemize your gratefulness to the Lord. Thank him for each individual thing, like I did on my prayer with you folks on another one of these Sabbath streams. It's better to itemize each thing. It keeps you sharp with your gratefulness to the Lord. It gives you a real connection to the Lord. You're actually letting him know, hey, I've noticed this thing, this blessing you've given me. I've noticed this blessing that you've given me. I've noticed this other blessing that you've given me. And as you give him thanks for each of those things, you're actually serving your intended purpose. You are serving your intended purpose. I imagine that people think that I'm being that I exaggerated a little much, that God doesn't really need you to itemize, doesn't really expect you to itemize the things you're grateful to him for. But I have read many places in our Holy Bible where it speaks about the beings that get to live with the Lord in the Lord's presence, in his sight, in his presence for real. And the ones who are permitted to be in the Lord's presence, our holy God of Israel, Yahweh's presence, they give him thanks and glory day and night. And when they leave his presence, they return with offerings and gifts. And they praise him more once they return and offer him the gifts and the blessings, whatever they may be. I'm sure the blessings are other, gratitudes and high praises. And he is worthy of all those things. And so when you read, like, for example, if you go to the end of the times when John the Revelator is being given all these vision of the future from Jesus Christ, and he's jotting it down best he can accurately describe it, he details how even the 24 elders who will judge us on that great day of judgment with our holy God Yahweh, even they leave his presence and return with gifts and offerings and bow at his feet and give him the most high praises and glory, with their mouths out loud, by the way. In fact, here, you know what? I got one of my devices nearby here. You just pop this dude up. I'm not trying to create my own picky way about prayer. What I'm trying to do is push a deeper, more meaningful, a higher connection to our Father. We are so disconnected from our God as a people right now. Just look at our country. Just look at it. Just look at what we've allowed to happen to it, y'all. We've cucked it all away. It's ruined. And it will never be fixed without God returning to our side. And while he reserves a piece of protection for us through the Holy Ghost, protecting each one of us as individuals, whom he favors specifically, while he protects each of us as individuals, he is allowing the bulk of our people to be devoured. Children, women, our future. These young girls who are defiled and murdered, they're our future. They're the ones who are going to perhaps produce 5 more white children each. Or 3, or even 1, is better than them dying a horrific, terrifying, heinous death and never getting to be our future at all. I've said in other streams that the first white person who ever was harmed or raped or killed by a non-white should have been the last day that any non-white was allowed on our soil. That night that it was discovered, that crime was discovered, the very first white child or white woman or white little boy or white young adolescent young man or white elderly person or white grown man or white baby was attacked by a non-white, that should have been the immediate kickoff to remove this violent creation from our public, from having access to our women and children and people. Do you allow black bears to have access to the inside of school classrooms, to the cafeterias of schools, you wouldn't allow a black bear to have access to anywhere where children or people are. You would do your best to hurry up and get the doors closed and locked, and put something in the way so that perhaps if it even breaks the door open, it might still be hindered to getting into the building. You would go out of your way to prevent this thing that is completely incompatible with our society and our children and women's well-being and safety, to just roam freely in and out of anywhere, in the schools and into our government buildings and into the grocery store and anywhere we have our white children. Public pool, skating rink, shopping malls, neighborhoods. That's the worst one. So, but I kind of got off on a different thing there, but to go back to, I just want to digress all the way back to how I'm not exaggerating about how we ought to be itemizing our gratefulness to our Lord. While I was on that sidetrack rant there, I was scrolling through Revelation looking for a part that I took special notice in a long time ago. And it's one of the things that confirmed to me and reinforced to me that we should all be itemizing our gratefulness, thing by thing, piece by piece, to the Lord. And I'm looking, I'm scrolling, I'm reading, I'm scrolling, I'm looking while I'm trying to keep speaking to you folks. Let's see here. I'm so close. I know I am. All right, let's see here. Getting close. I'm sorry I haven't looked in the chat, y'all. I'm coming. In fact, right now, I'll stop looking through Revelation for a moment, and I'll say hello to whoever's here. Roots and Rizzos, hello. And he said, Static in the Attic has been posting some based stuff lately. I have never heard of that channel at all, so I will have to take note of that and check them out, especially if they're posting based stuff. That's great news to hear. God bless you, and happy Sabbath, and thank you for chiming in and letting me know that tidbit of information. Camo is here, and he said, greetings to me. Thank you. Hello. God bless, Camo, to you. Happy Sabbath. I hope you had a great preparation day today. I apologize that I didn't get to throw a friendly reminder out in the community posts earlier in the day today to remind folks to make sure and prepare today for Sabbath tonight. But I was just doing stuff. I just couldn't get around to even making a quick small post and sending it. I had too much going on at the moment, and then even when I did have a moment, it just slipped my mind, if I did have a moment. So My apologies for not throwing y'all a reminder, but um, when I can remember, when I can post, and I do remember to remind you folks on preparation day that, hey, it's preparation day. I'm already used to it. I've been, keeping Sabbath for years now, so my life revolves around it. And so on preparation day, I already know it is, and I'm already kind of doing my thing, getting myself ready. I have a routine that has been built over the years around Sabbath. But I need to keep in mind that other folks are just coming into the truth and just starting to try to learn how to rearrange their life to not follow the masses and follow, our proper way of life cycle that was basically forced out of us by murder, by death, by threat of death. And and that's a long story, but for 1260 years, the Jews used the Catholic Church to murder any white people who refused to quit keeping Sabbath. And so, and that ended up totaling 50 to 60 million white people who were erased from Earth, killed prematurely, could have had more white children, and produced far more white people onto the earth. But instead, their lives were cut short because they refused to quit keeping our God's holy seventh day, his fourth commandment. I'm looking here in Genesis. In Genesis. Wow, talk about the polar opposite end of the Bible there. I'm sitting here looking in Revelation for the spot that triggered me back in the day, and I had read many other places in the Bible where other types of beings that we cannot comprehend yet as mortals are in heaven, and they come down to earth, or they stay somewhere between here and heaven, and whoever the person is that's envisioned who can see these things, they will make mention that whatever that creation is, if it's near the presence of God, if it has access to the presence of God directly, that it gives honor and glory and worship to God constantly. Even if it doesn't do it 24/7, it does it, through the day and through the night. It does it, regularly, even if it's not constant. And I read multiple places through the Bible where that was reported. So I already had the understanding that, and when I read that we will do the same thing every Sabbath, we will meet together in the new earth, and every seventh day and every new moon, we will meet together and worship God together. And so, I knew that would be the case. But what really hit it home for me is when I read this place in Revelation. And I'm really kind of disappointed in myself that I haven't found it yet. I have to be so close here. But it showed me that no matter how high of a position we ever reach, right? No matter how high God places us, even in heaven, our position is still to give him glory and worship and honor regularly, and so by itemizing your things you're grateful for, this is a great way to condition your mind and your spirit and your soul to come up with all the things you're grateful for. Like, what if you never spend any time your whole adult life thinking about what I'm proposing to you here with the itemizing of the things you're grateful for to God? What if you spend your whole adult life clear to 89, 99, 109? I hope all of you make it to. And never think about itemizing your gratefulness, the things you're grateful for, right? What if once you get there and you're finally standing before the Lord and you're like, telling him how grateful you are to finally meet him and to finally get to meet Jesus Christ and to finally get to meet the Holy Ghost in persona. And imagine, you have all that gratefulness, and then imagine God throws a trip you up question, a trick question, and says, well, what were you grateful for? Now all of a sudden, on the fly, spur of the moment, unprepared, standing before the creator of everything, you've got to now come up with, what were you so grateful to him for? What for? Well, and now you've got to come up with what you were grateful for. And you may have spent your whole life just telling yourself, oh yeah, I'm grateful to God, I'm grateful. And you might think, I'm grateful for being white, because of all this war against white people that has drawn you to my channel. So that one might be an easy one, right? But thinking about things like the time frame that we are blessed to live in, of this 6,000 year trial of whiteys, that's a huge one, and also always give God gratefulness, itemize it, tell him thank you for where he placed you in the earth. All right, now if he placed you somewhere really bad, maybe you could skip that one. But I would still give him gratefulness for it, because he could have placed you somewhere even worse. And so one of the things I like to itemize to the Lord in my Sabbath prayers is I like to thank him for where he placed me in the earth. I quite like where he placed me. I am grateful for where he allowed me to move to and thrive at now. So, giving him gratefulness for things like that helps condition your mind for, what am I grateful for? What all, I say it, but you don't want it to just be this meaningless flattery. You want it to be substantive in your soul. When it comes from your soul, when it comes from your mouth, you want it to come from your soul. You want it to come from a place in your mind where you've already calculated and deduced all the gratefulness that you can possibly recognize that God has showered upon you. So many things that you're blessed with that the sky is the limit. You could make your prayer last for the rest of your life nonstop, like a monk might perhaps do. But it's because, you could spend your whole life thanking God for all the terrible things that he's blessed you to escape, that he's blessed you to not be burdened with. Do you breathe perfectly fine, unlabored, where it doesn't feel terrifying every breath, like you can't get enough oxygen when you breathe? Thank the Lord for it, I'll bet you there's someone out there who spent many weeks or months that way, caught a terrible illness from some third world country they went and visited, or they just got caught up in their own environment somehow and poisoned, or they were out in the cold for so long they got some kind of crazy pneumonia which damaged their lungs. Think of how terrible it would be to not feel like you can get a proper breath of air each time you take a breath in of air. Or imagine if it took effort for you to take each breath of air. There are thousands of folks like that, hundreds of thousands of folks like that all over this world. If you're not one of them, that's something you could be grateful for. So see what I mean about how deep your itemization could go? So the sky is the limit, y'all. There is no wrong amount. There is no too many things you can come up with to thank God that he has blessed you to avoid. Burdens, shootouts at grocery stores, I'm sure most of you have watched on your local news at some point or saw on YouTube at some point a terrible shootout where multiple people got hit, or maybe thank God no one got hit, but bullets went flying everywhere, and you thought to yourself, man, I was just there, or I used to hang out there all the time, or I used to shop there every week when I lived on that side of town, or you have close calls near you all the time that you're not even aware of. You know, God wants you to be grateful for things unseen. People take that to mean microscopic things. They think that seeing the things unseen means the microscopic world, bacteria, germs, you know, things of that nature that are still physical. But things unseen are also blessings of near misses, close calls, situations where God saved your butt through his Holy Ghost without you having any idea that he did so. I'm sure you've seen like those close call compilation videos on YouTube where someone's sitting on a bench and a squirrel comes up and starts harassing them, starts pestering their foot. They get up to chase the thing off, and boom, a tree limb comes down and crashes and would have killed them, would have flattened them dead. But instead, this squirrel, God sent this little squirrel over to pester the person out of nowhere and made that person get up and chase the squirrel away. And in that blip of time, you know, the person was saved. Now, God does things like that for us without us having any idea those things occur. You don't turn around and go, oh my gosh, the tree limb just crashed right where I was sitting. I would have been killed. That perhaps won't ever happen, where you actually get to turn around and see what could have been, you know, had God not saved you. But know for a fact that there have been many times like that where God has saved your hands, God has saved your toes, God has saved your life, God has saved your vision. I know many of you grown men listening, or who will end up listening to this tonight, or whenever you listening to it. I know that many of you grown men have been foolish enough to do grinding and sawing with a power saw, high-speed saw, chopping wood and other various things that create shrapnel with no eye protection on. And I know that most of you, not only have you done something without wearing eye protection that you definitely should have been wearing eye protection, but you immediately found out why and got something in your eye. And it was a super pain in the butt to get out of your eye and messed you up and slowed you down for an hour because you had to have your girl come over and, you know, stare in your eye while you're trying to hold it open while she tries to find what piece is stuck in there and how to get it out. I mean, I know that's happened to most of you grown men who will end up listening in eventually to this vid. And so that time could have been it for you, for your vision. Had that piece of shrapnel just went a quarter inch another way, it would have hit you square in the eye, in a part where the eye was irreparable, perhaps. Or if the little piece of shrapnel had just been a little tiny skosh bigger, it would have been enough to damage your eye permanently and ruined your vision. I don't know if I've ever told you all this story, but I may have in another stream or something, but I'll tell you this quick tale, and it absolutely lines up with this in some funny way. But the story is not funny. There was a man who went to Universal Studios, and he wanted to ride the roller coasters and he only had one eye. One of his eyes was damaged. I don't remember what the story was about him, but the bottom line was he went to the theme park with only one eye, and his other eye was either missing or would never work for his whole life. So he only had vision in one eye for the rest of his life. That's it. That's all he got. One eye. He got on a roller coaster. I don't remember which one. And while riding that first roller coaster, I think it was his first roller coaster of the day, something hit him while the roller coaster was going top speed, like 40, 45 miles an hour. Something hit him in his only good eye and ruined his vision in that eye as well. And he became permanently blind, cannot see anything out of either eye for the rest of his life. You know, sure, he probably sued and won all kinds of money. What good's it going to do him? What's he going to buy a Lambo that he can't see? He can't drive? Boy, he's going to buy some hot girl that, you know, is just into hanging out with him for his money, but at least he'll have a hot girl to touch and rub up on and hang out with and listen to him talk. And all he's got to do is throw her a little money. That would at least make him feel better about himself, but he can't look at her. So, you know, God has protected you in those times when you've been reckless with your vision, with your limbs. You know, you put your hand somewhere you really shouldn't have put it. You're trying to feed limbs into the wood chipper. Little piece gets stuck. You could just take any other of the million sticks laying around you and use that as a poker. But what do? You reach over there nearby the thing and you push on it. You work on a car, you got a necklace, or perhaps you have long hair like a woman, and you got the motor running, belts whirling around, going around all the pulleys, and there you are, reaching, bending over it, trying to look down in the engine bay to figure out what's leaking or hear what the little noise is you're hearing ticking. And all the while, your hair is just an inch from that belt, or your necklace, or your loose flannel. Just an inch from that belt and that pulley. And God saves you in these moments of your stupidity. And I don't want to call any of you stupid. I'm saying mine too. And God saves us from our own stupidity with his Holy Ghost. And I thank God for that. I literally even say to him, thank you for saving me from my own stupidity. I have said that many times to God. It isn't part of my routine that I rehearse to the Lord when I pray, but I do thank him for that exact way with those exact words sometimes when I think about it, you know. I admit I have not been continuing to look through Revelation for that spot. I just started ranting there to finish my point, but let's see here. But let me get in the chat real quick. Let me stop looking and just get in the chat. And Camo has said a few things, and I apologize, Camo, that I haven't got to them till now. He said, yes, the Kool-Aid is strong. Our folk have really been dumbed down. Okay, yeah, we're getting back to what I was talking about with our people. He said, it's bad in Canada, too. Okay, so you're in Canada. Yeah, I'm sorry, man. That country's really, really... I feel really bad for y'all in Canada. That's honest God truth. I feel terrible for y'all up there. The Trudeau guy, I mean... it just makes me want to vomit every time I see him or hear his name or anything. And just, just knowing he's in charge up there just makes me cringe beyond belief. Camo also said, we are getting hammered with migrants. Easy times creates cucks, he said. Yes, it's totally true. That's why there is no one standing up. You know, and it's not that we have had men all through the years standing up, and we have men standing up now. You know, Jared Taylor has stood up for many years openly. under threat and everything. He's been an open white advocate. Everyone argues about whether Jays look white to him or not, but the bottom line is, regardless of his position about Jays, I do understand that we shouldn't be saying regardless of people's disregard of the JQ, but Jared Taylor truly is an exception, to the JQ rule. Yes, he still has to meet the standard of the JQ and everything else, but I mean, you can't really argue with results. This man has literally been an open white people advocate since the 80s. That's heavy, That's hardcore. That's more than any of us have done. And so he's put in way more time, way more effort than we have. And so for that, I say that we ought to at least give him a pass on the JQ, even though I know it inflamed a lot of our folks when they heard him say that Jays look white to him. And a lot of people say his wife's a Jay and all this stuff, but the bottom line is that man stands up for our people regularly and has been for all this time. And when no one knew who the heck he was, when none of us who knew anything about our identity or the war against our people, any of these things, he was already aware of all of it and already had all of the arguments built against it. And maybe I'm giving him too much credit by saying he had all the arguments built against it, but he had a huge portion of the arguments that everyone uses. Jared Taylor already had those built all the way back when he first started. So I respect his position as far as him being a truther and advocate for our people. And I don't let the JQ bother me with him. I let it bother me with everyone else, but not with him. There are others that I wouldn't really worry about the JQ with, to be honest with you also. I wouldn't be worried about my own self. If I ran across someone speaking all of the exact things that I speak on my channel, I would not worry about myself being a J. Not me, myself, but I mean, I wouldn't worry about someone saying exactly the things that I say myself. That person would not have me worried at all. The same reason I am not, and this rattles a lot of my viewers, and a lot of my visitors. I like to call you visitors, It does bother a lot of my visitors, but that's the same position I hold for HT, Handsome Truther on Goyim TV. I've heard the other arguments, I've heard a lot of the arguments about him. But the bottom line is the flyers and the banners that he throws out in the driveways and that he hangs over major causeways where thousands of white people see it, and the non-whites see it, by the way, which is based. It's all true. Not one single blip of any info he puts out about the Jays to the American public by way of either flyers in their driveway or banners over the road is a lie or debunkable. Not one smidgen, y'all. So I go by results. I go by what, people say, and I go by results. And there are, and so even though other people are like, oh, he's a J, he's definitely a J, 100%, read his early life, look up his mom, all this, cool, but his info is solid. So I'm not going to think of him as a J until he starts working against white people specifically. And of course, a lot of white people are like, yeah, but you don't get it, bro. He's like causing the government to have, or the Jays to have more victim crying excuses to the government, so that the government will then create more and more hate speech laws against us, so that then we won't ever be able to speak out against the Jews. Well, guess what? We're already not speaking out against the Jews. We're already there. I want you to think about that experiment where they put, I forget what it was. I forget if it was fleas in a jar. It was either fleas or something like that who could jump, right? And they put them in a jar and they put a lid on it. And they let them breed, and they have a couple generations live and die in this jar. And eventually they could take the jar off. And the fleas, when the first generation were put in the jar, they would all have jumped out immediately if you took the lid off. You know, just boing, they'd have jumped 2 feet out of the jar like nothing. But by this third or fourth generation, the fleas don't even try to jump out of the lid anymore. They don't try to jump out of the jar anymore. They think the jar is the max height. And then once you do take the jar off, they just are not conditioned, even mentally or instinctively, to jump any further higher out of it. And it's that same deal in a weird way. I know I probably botched the crud out of that experiment. And so it's, you know, it doesn't seem like all that great of an analogy, but it is. It really is what it's the same thing. Our people create an imaginary boundary, or one is created for them. And that is what our people are under with the Jews right now. You know, we're under this imaginary barrier where we're not allowed to talk about them. We're not allowed to criticize them. You know, and DeSantis went over all the way to Israel and signed a thing saying that it's bad and you shouldn't talk bad about Jews or criticize them, but he signed it in Israel. He went all the way over there and signed it. He didn't sign anything in America. All right? I just want to remind everybody of that. So, but we're already in this situation where we cannot talk about the Jews in a negative light, in a negative sense, you know, in an expose sense. And so, what is anybody worried about? You know, with Handsome Truther, what is anybody worried about? What do you really think with this guy putting out based, accurate, not debunkable, totally undebunkable, whichever thing you add to there at the beginning, non-debunkable, undebunkable, every single thing is a fact, provable, confirmable, affirmable. So what is there to complain about him about? You know, if anything, we should have been high-fiving him. Coolest Jew out there, bro. Go with your Jew self, man. Let everybody know Jews want a race war. You know, throw them flyers out in the driveway, yitty diddler. Tell everybody how Jews own every single piece of our government and corporations and da-da-da, you know, and all the media. Please do. Thank you very much. I tell you what, if I ever was driving through my state and I saw Handsome Truther and his buddies standing up on the bridge I just went under and it said Jews want a race war big as hell on the banner and they're waving at every car going by, you know what I'm doing? I'm getting off at the next exit and I'm whooping myself around and I'm coming back over to where that bridge is and I'm buying all them dudes dinner. I'm giving them $100 or $200 or whatever I got to give them that I got in my wallet to make sure all of them get a nice, healthy, hearty dinner of whatever they desire. That's straight up. And there are others too that I don't worry about being J Ran. Um, I will not include Elijah into that list, by the way. Elijah says things um, that still have me keeping a watchful eye on him. And Elijah triggers my Jadar once in a while by not by admitting that the Yids are who pay him, but he mentions homosexual stuff constantly. And it's way too on his mind. It's way too on his mind. And he devotes too much of his show to talking about vile, like sodomite type stuff. And I mean literally that. And so I've already made mentions to him in the comment section and in his chat, which I know he reviews, because he tells us that he reviews his comment section in his chat and he replies to certain things that stuck out to him. So I know he reads the chat. I know he rereads the chat, and I know he reads his comments. And most YouTubers do, you know. So makes sense. But you know, I haven't seen any change out of him yet. You know, it's still constantly mentioning sodomy, some gory details about sodomy for no freaking reason. Oh, here's the gay guy of the week we're going to pay attention to for freaking 30 minutes straight. I'm going to talk about on my show for no reason. I'm just going to talk about this gay guy and a bunch of, you know, sodomy issues or nuances. And so he's got to cut that out. He's got to cut that stuff out. And so he keeps my Jadar active while, you know, I watch his videos. He also brings on non-white still regularly when he knows damn good and well that this is a war against white people and that the Jays are the ones inflicting it on us and using the non-whites against us. And even still, he's paid by the Yids, admits so, and invites non-whites on to talk about white people's interests. It's just, you know, that's a total conservative move every time he does that. So it's annoying as heck. Let me get back in the chat here. I apologize, y'all, that I haven't been interacting with you folks in the chat. Let me hop in and see what's going on. Marcavius Fontavius is here. Hello. God bless. Happy Sabbath to you, sir. And he said, count our blessings. Yup. You'd enjoy static. Okay, yeah, I am going to check out that channel. After this vid finally goes public. Long story, but they don't immediately after I end it, like for some reason on my end, I can't do anything to it for several hours while it supposedly, quote, uploads. Even though you guys can see it all you want. For some reason I cannot edit it or anything for like several hours while the whole big video uploads officially. And so in that time, sometimes they make it private on me for no reason. And then this last one or two, they've actually let them stay public once they, quote, were uploaded on my end. So I don't know why the change all of a sudden, but yeah, now they're kind of sticking as public right away. But when I can watch it again as public, as fully uploaded, I will check that channel out again, or check out your comment in the chat again, and go check that out. Because I'm sure I'll forget the name, you know, by the time this stream is over or whatever. I'll have to rewatch the beginning to see that again. And let's see here. Chicken Allah King is here, y'all. Hello. God bless to you and happy Sabbath to you. And he said, I don't like that he lives in Japan. Okay, so Jared Taylor still lives in Japan? I did not know that. I could understand why he would, as calm and pleasant and mild-mannered and upright as he is. Japan is almost like the only place like nice enough for him to live. I'm sure there is some super small, super white little town somewhere that he would fit into greatly, and of course he would belong anywhere in the South. But because he's a Southerner, but yeah, I mean, Japan, everyone there is so much more respectful and um, polite toward each other that I could see why he'd want to live there instead. I do agree with you. Um, I don't like that he lives there. If he does live in Japan, I would prefer him to live in a white country with us. But um, perhaps it's because he's already seen, that, and granted, he's probably not doing this on the forefront, but in the back of his mind, subconsciously, without him realizing it, perhaps he's obeying Christ's instructions to flee Jerusalem when he sees the signs. And so he saw the signs. He's been seeing the signs forever now. And so he's obeying God as far as, I mean, that's really the bottom line is he's fled Jerusalem. And there may come a time where we have to. Chicken All the King also said, handsome truther is not white, not even close. I hear you, brother. And I agree. He definitely has the black hair. He has like the mongrel skin that doesn't really look like he can blush. So yeah, I agree. I don't disagree with his activities. That's all. Like, basically, the thing is, I don't disagree that he's a J. Continuing on, Chicken All the King also said he talks lewd to minors on Omegle. Yeah, see, I didn't know about that either. And though I think you or someone else had mentioned something, not exactly that, but something weird about him before in the chat, or maybe that was the other guy. Maybe that was the other guy, the guy with the thinks he's like really cool, and then gets upset because he doesn't feel like he gets anybody that thinks he's cool, even though he swears up and down he's cool. Anyhow, I'll think of his name in a little bit maybe. But handsome truther, yeah, big ego, thinks he's hot stuff. He's got the weird shirtless thing. I don't know what that's all about, but, and yeah, a J and the whole thing, but I mean, his info is solid, that he's putting out. And as long as he's putting out good, solid info and not putting out anything against white people, I'm not going to say I support him, but I support those particular activities. If I see his banner hanging over the bridge, I support that. If I see flyers in the yard and the news and the morning news is talking about it the next day, freaking out about the flyers being thrown in everyone's yards, and if I could know for sure it was him, I agree with those activities. You know what I mean? Talking to kids on Omegle, of course not. Nobody would agree with that. But yeah, I mean, anybody putting out information for our people, we don't have to necessarily support them, but we can nod our head at a job well done. Don't think the leftists and blacks don't. Okay, look at all their black celebrities that are rapists. Who knows how many white women? There's no telling how many white women that OJ and Bill Cosby and any famous any famous nog you've ever heard of, they have had doofus white women that were really attractive too, by the way, just brought into them by talent agency people and others, and the white women were totally cucked, and they just dropped right to their knees and went right to action on them. You know what I mean? And let them totally defile them every which way to Sunday. And we're talking thousands of our women did that. Okay? With Prince, Jimi Hendrix, Bill Cosby, you name it. Even old ugly ass Sammy Davis or whatever. I guarantee you, he got plenty of white women action. Good looking versions of our women, ruined forever. So if anybody's going to be putting out info that steers our people or snaps our people out of their cuckery or any type of thing that can steer them away from being cucked into that whole thing, whether it's, his banners or the flyers or whatever, man, I'm down with it. And then anything else he does on his own time, well, if he ends up getting busted someday, if he really is doing those kind of things, he'll end up getting busted, hopefully, or I don't want to say hopefully, but because I don't know if it's really true. But if it really is true, he will get busted eventually, most likely. That was the thing I was trying to come up with. Most likely. Because, for those types, they have a hard time not getting worse and worse and worse. You know what I mean? So look at all these predators that get caught by these YouTubers all the time now. They use all these different social media apps and lure in these predators, and then they bust them at Walmart or the gas station or KFC or the mall or wherever. And it's wild to see all these different variety of predators. And what's even more wild is to see that most of them now are not even like ultra ashamed. They don't start bursting out in tears and, oh my gosh, I'm so humiliated, and like they're not ashamed anymore. They're just it's almost like they get aggravated that they were inconvenienced or tricked into coming there. They're just aggravated that they were tricked into coming there. They're not scared to death that they're about to be arrested. Most of them do get arrested right then. Those predator or those YouTubers tend to usually have a cop on standby, ready to arrest them. And even once they're getting arrested, you don't see almost any expression on their faces. They don't have all this fright and shame and embarrassment. They're just like, crap, finally got caught. Crap. I knew I shouldn't have came here on this one. I knew it seemed suspicious. Crap. And that's the only attitude they have. Like they just got popped in a game of cat and mouse. And now they're just mad that they lost the game of cat and mouse this time. And so they're not learning a lesson like the person who would be super ashamed and sobbing and all this like back in the day when the very first To Catch a Predator episodes came out. And, of course people can argue that those were staged or whatever and completely made up or whatever. But even if they weren't, nowadays you see real ones, that real YouTubers actually go out and lure to different places. And you really see their real reaction as real upright bipeds in real life. And they are not ashamed anymore. They're not ashamed. They don't care. They're just mad that you inconvenienced them, and now they've got to go to the jail. They know the jail will end up dropping their charges on them. Not the jail, but they know the courts will end up dropping the charges on them. And, they can continue on with their lifestyle eventually. But you've just inconvenienced them greatly is what you've done, by forcing them to get busted and have to go to the jail. And so, yeah, it's unfortunate if Homeboy does talk to minors, in a lewd manner on whatever that site is, Omegle. That is a shame, but I still support his other activities of putting out the stuff. And there are others who don't trigger my Jadar either, honestly, even ones that I'm not crazy about. Oh, okay, we're good. Even ones I'm not crazy about, you know. Um, what was the one I just mentioned him a minute ago? Well, I never thought of his name. Um, the white guilt dude. Uh, John, Jason something, and Jason Cohn or something, and that guy, you know, does not trigger my Jadar. I don't agree with some of his things. I don't agree with his ego. Okay, I don't agree with him telling himself that he said another one the other day. I decided to finally give him another chance the other day, and I watched one of his live streams. I like how he builds them. I like that he has music and like these little commercial little interludes and things. I like how he structures his streams and all that. Um, but his bragging about himself stuff. Oh, he was talking about his voice. He's like, "Oh, I love how my deep voice sounds so earth-shaking," or some way of expressing it that he said. I forget what it was. He was trying to basically tell himself how manly his voice sounded to himself. And no grown dude talks like that, you know. And on another stream, he told himself, or he told everyone that was listening, that he walks on water. He's like, I literally walk on water and all this. I don't know if he used the word literally, but he said, I walk on water, you know. Like, he just thinks way too highly of himself for my taste. And I don't think he thinks that's a strong alpha male way to lead, to show white people leadership. He doesn't see it as trying too hard, but and then also he complains about how women don't give him any attention and all this stuff, and he always excuses it as, and his reason for it always is that they are taught to be turned off by alpha, you know, male characteristics, but really they're turned off by someone who talks up themselves, who talks themselves up and talks good about themselves and brags about themselves. That's what they're turned off by. And they're turned off by try too hards, you know, people who try way too hard. That's the kind of thing women are turned off by. So while he has these weird quirks about him that I don't like, and I don't really, when I tell people go to all these pro-white channels and stuff, you know, and give them their like and listen to their videos and stuff. In his particular case, I would not promote you to give him money. You know what I mean? Because that's his answer to saving America, is agree with him that he walks on water and give him a financial gift, as he loves to call it. These e-beggars come up with some really crafty ways to name their digital shekels, but he's still a sheckler like the rest, you know, and so that bothers me, and I don't like his ego thing. But I will say, despite those things I don't like about him, I do not worry about him being a J, you know, because of how he speaks. You know, a J is not going to speak the things that I speak, or that he speaks, or that Jared Taylor speaks, or trying to think of the others, or that Handsome Truther speaks. I haven't heard Handsome Truther say any anti-white stuff ever. You know, anytime he's like having a conversation with others in a video I ever watched, I haven't watched a video of with him in it in, you know, probably a couple of years. But when I did watch different random videos, or he did a stream now and then, whatever, that I watched, I did not detect any anti-whiteism coming from him whatsoever. Everything he said in his video or his stream or whatever it was I watched, everything he said was absolutely based 100%. So pardon me, y'all. Just got to wet my whistle a little bit here and there. should mute the mic before I do that. I apologize. Yeah, I mean, and I'm not defending any of his other extracurricular activities, but let me move on from that. Sarah Hollow chimed in. Don't know if she's still here, but if you are, or if you re-listen to this later, God bless you, dear. Happy Sabbath to you. I have not seen you visit the channel, or at least I haven't seen you ever chime in before, so God bless to you and happy Sabbath to you. And she said, hello from Australia. Question. I would like to know your thoughts on keeping birthdays and other European traditions, as most are pagan. You know, that's a good question. A lot of people worry about the extra biblical, dare I say, holidays, but I mean, that's kind of, that's what we could consider them. A birthday, New Year's Eve, things like that. My position about those things are that they are not pagan. Remember, pagans needed to use the restroom every day, just like you and I do, right? Sounds like a crazy analogy, but I'm just giving you this weird comparison where, just because they use bathrooms and we use bathrooms don't make us pagans, right? So pagans, knowing that, pagans celebrated their birthday, but we celebrate our birthdays. It's not recorded in the Bible because it wasn't really necessary to record in the Bible. But I'll bet you everybody kept track of their birthdays, Think about how the lineage in the Holy Bible is so kept up with from person to person to person. This person begat this person, and this person begat these two persons. And genealogy is a big deal. And throughout the Bible, you'll hear where they give a frame of reference to you through a person's age, right? So like when Noah got to open the door of the boat, or when he finally got to, not step out of the boat, that was later. He had to stay in the boat after the door was open. He had to stay in the boat for another week or several weeks. But he opened the door of the boat on his 601st birthday. And I promise you that day he was celebrating his birthday and saying, hey, we're getting to open the door of the ark today and get some fresh air and sunlight in here on my birthday. Think about when Jesus Christ was born. That was his birthday. That was his birth. And people around the world, upright bipeds around the world, who are not even a part of the Adamites, were told by the signs in heaven, just the way God wanted to tell them, that the Savior of God's favorite creation had been born. And so we can celebrate Christ's birth. My position is his birth is actually in September, roughly September 15th through the 23rd, somewhere in that time frame. I'm leaning more toward the position that his birth date is in our calendar is September 15th. And I have a couple of reasons for that. One, because of the situation it explained about the herds and things being brought in at night. But also, when he was conceived, and you add 9 months to that, and boom, you're in September. But also, September 15th is when the year changes in the Hebrew calendar. So that's the New Year's Day. September 15th is actually New Year's Day, the beginning of a new year. So you know how, like, for the last several streams, if I have mentioned what year we are in since creation, I have been saying that we are in the year 5785, right? The reason I've been saying that is because the Yiddy Diddlers already had their New Year's. So they go by their version, which is a few days ahead of the true Hebrew calendar, our true Hebrew calendar. And so in their mind, it gives them a few days head start, head advantage, ahead of our calendar. It just basically, it's kind of like how people set their clock 5 minutes fast. It's kind of that same deal with them, where they've set their calendar a few days ahead of Whitey's calendar, so their calendar is always ahead of us, by a little bit. They've always got this several day or several week, advantage as far as time frame ahead of us. And it doesn't mean anything to you or I, but to them, little stupid things like that, they will use to their benefit in some way, shape, or form. And so they have it arranged that way. And so I have been following their new year this year so far, instead of waiting until September 15th, which is when I really should have been waiting until, to start calling the year the next year. So I guess I could give this as a correction of my own previous statements on streams lately, that we're in the year 5785. We are still, in fact, in the year 5784. So we still have 216 years left to go until Christ's return. Not 215 yet. But we really only have, it is 215, not a 216, full 216. It's like 215 years and a couple of months left, All we got to get through is August and half of September, and boom. So then we really will be in the year 5785. So my apologies for jumping the gun along with the Yiddy Diddlers. I don't want to be going by their calendar. I want to be going by ours. But I go by theirs by default to stay up with what they're up to, And that's what made me follow their change of the year instead of waiting until what I declare is Christ's birthday, the new year. And so I declare that the real Hebrew New Year's Day is Jesus Christ's birthday, And there are other things that can support that in the Bible that, if we could go over them one day, I could explain them. And I didn't go back to looking in Revelation. I have it inside on the device, just sitting there. And I can go back in there and keep looking as we chat. But I hadn't got back into it because people had been chatting and I haven't been caught up and saying hello to you folks. So at some point I will get back in there, and I'll try to find that part where I was going to get to a point about how even the elders, the highest people in heaven, next to the throne of God, who will judge us with God to determine our fate and position and hierarchy in heaven and in the new earth. They have crowns on their heads, right? It's a man and woman, 12 couples representing our 12 tribes of Israel, a man and his helpmate for each tribe. And they will judge us with God on that great day. And even they, sitting at the right hand of God, sitting next to his throne, they still bring him gifts, offerings, and worship him day and night. And so itemizing our gratefulness, like I had mentioned before, that's why I wanted to find that part in Revelation to show you all that even the highest positioned people right next to God and Christ and Holy Ghost still give God continual praise. So that means we should be giving God continual praise. How are you going to give him continual praise if you just think of gratefulness and praise to God as vague gratefulness, right? Oh, thank you, God. Just thank you for what? Thank you, man. Just thank you, Right, I hear that, but thank me for what? I'm just grateful, God, I'm thank you, And then God's just sitting there looking at you like you're an idiot, like going, yeah, okay. Grateful for what? What are you grateful for me for? I don't know, creating me, I guess, I'm grateful that you made Jesus come down and give his sacrifice for our sins. You'd be fumbling around if you aren't already well practiced at itemizing your gratefulness, to God. So, but Anyway, I didn't mean to digress all the way back to that, but it just triggered me about the iPad thing. I was going to mention that I was going to go back in there and look on that device and find that spot, but I just hadn't yet because I want to catch up with you folks in the chat. And before I do, just to finish my point about not HT, but the other guy, the white guilt guy, no white guilt, sorry. He does not trip my Jadar because of the things he says. When he speaks 100% based. He puts white people first and foremost at all times. He observes, he notices cuckery. You know, he can detect it, especially when it's obvious. It doesn't slip past him. He notices it, he catches it, just like any based person should. There are other things I disagree with about him. I disagree that we're going to have peaceful separation with the non-whites. You know, he's kind of along the lines with Jared. He's taken this road that's like similar to Jared's, but not exactly Jared's. He's got this other approach where his is, we love all people, you know, but we love our people. And because we love all people, we expect those people to be okay with us loving our own people also. Because after all, we're loving them. We love those black people. We love those Jewish people. We love those invader people of all different non-white races people. So we expect them, after we tell all of them or whatever, that we love all of them, then we get to love ourselves. And they should just be okay with that. But the problem is, they don't operate by our rules. And they don't operate by that type of fantasy thinking. You know what I mean? There is no... I mean, literally, if you sit there and really listen to all his points, his only solution at the end of it all, yeah, he likes the swashbuckling and all that, and they love to brag about how, or he loves to, you know, brag along with his audience and brag about his audience to his audience about how they've got 7,000 likes on their, you know, it's always the most goofy, basic comment. It'll say like, I'm sick of anti-whiteism. Who's with me? And that's literally their comment, is something goofy like that, right? And it'll get like 7,000 likes on Salty Cucker's vid, you know? And hey, I'm not arguing with results like that. That's pretty good. But it's just, I don't know. It just makes, it's like a face plant, you know? It's like, why does there have to be a catch to everything? You know, why can't you just have based comments, based, you know, behavior? Why do we have to pretend that the non-whites are going to freaking sing Kumbaya with us just because we told them we love them too, but now we want to love ourselves? No, it doesn't work like that. They're here to grift us and conquer us and take our shit and take our country away and have it for themselves. And you can't convince non-whites to just be cool, right? That's what he's wanting them to do, is just be cool. He's got this attitude like white people had in the 80s. The problem is he wasn't alive in the 80s. And if he wasn't cognizant yet. He was a tiny child still or something. And so he doesn't realize that we already been down that road of trying to sing Kumbaya and be like, yo, man, you know, you love your people and we love your people. So, but we love our people too, man. So that should be cool, bro. Well, they don't work like that. They go, nah, we want you to love our people, right? But then if you love your people, that's messed up. And that's the game they play. They don't have this extra room for you in their heart to be able to be cool with your own people and care about your own people. No, it's constant grift to their kind only. And I've been saying people over and over again because they say it, you know, but I know dang good and well they're not. I'm just saying what they call themselves. But, you know, and what Jason, right? What Jason would call them. And so he doesn't realize we already spent the 60s and 70s and 80s trying to do exactly what he wants done, which is let's just let them know, hey, You know, we love all of y'all, but we love ourselves too, and we want to be able to love ourselves too, and we want to go free and be free to love ourselves and peacefully separate if we don't want to live among some of you because we just love our own. Has nothing to do with not liking you. We just love our own. Well, that doesn't work for them. We've already been doing that for 40 years and it doesn't work. Sorry, it's been 60 years now, 55 anyway, that we've been trying to do that thing. All the while we have our government, Zog controlled government, which by the way is not allowed to be, you're not allowed to be anti-J on his channel. That's a huge no-no. Not a huge no-no, but he just, he ridicules anyone who points at the J's or names the no's. He thinks it's, immature. He thinks it's like not the way to win our country back and all these things. And his most interesting argument I heard recently when I listened to when I finally decided to try to make myself listen to one again. And I did a good job. I made it all the way through. I was pleased with myself. I stomached through his weird bragging little rituals he has. I have to admit, I fast forwarded through the swashbuckling crap. Because I just can't listen to that much bragging in one, ballyhoo. And then but, he does like, he's against anyone speaking anti-J or anti-black on his channel, right? And his argument, his new little argument that he's been using, which is clever, is that we've already kicked them out of places 109 times, or 109 places 1,031 times, which that's the right numbers. And then he does his goofy little old man laugh. I don't know where he got that, but he's like, all right? And he's like, we've already done that for kicked him out 1,030 times, and you want to kick him out again thinking that's going to be the solution? And he does his weird laugh, and it's like, okay, but, each time one of those countries kicked him out, they were good again for a while until one of them infiltrated back in. Now, in his mind, he would retort to me, oh, yeah, see, well, then there you go. That proves it wouldn't work then, so it's pointless to do it that way. But no, we have to go back to my explanation about how we're in a boat, and the boat will sink, and we will all die if the boat sinks, and the boat will sink if it gets too many holes in it. And meanwhile, we've got this little tiny Jewish pirate boat out in the water a few hundred feet from us, few hundred yards or whatever, and it's shooting holes in the hull of our boat. And we're taking on water. All right, and the sheckling YouTube cuckservatives, especially the CivNat cuckservative YouTubers like the pro-Trump Steins, want to sell you a book and sell you a hat and sell you a t-shirt. They only want to focus on each hole that's being shot in the boat by the little Jewish pirate ship. They are not interested in pointing out who's shooting holes in our boat. There we go. They're only interested in pointing out each hole. Hey, look, y'all. Happy Thursday morning. We got a new hole in the boat to make, dank memes about and laugh at the lefties, the lefty loonies about. Really, it's another hole in our boat. Now we're taking on even more water. But the salty cuckers and the veteran cuckers and the whoever's, they get to make money that day off of that hole in the boat. And all they're doing, they're not helping plug the hole. They're not calling attention to the hole that nobody else knew about. So it's not like no one knew about it and then they called attention to it by making their little shekel video. No, instead, everyone knows about it. And everyone's expecting that here comes the CivNat Sheckler any moment now. His video is going to post about it. Biden gaffes or, something stupid Kamala did or whatever. But they're just, they're pointless videos that only serve to make them money, talking about and saying the captain obvious things that we already know. If you're based, you already understand all those things. And you get no substantive information from them, right? All you get is the same tropes, over and over again. The lefties, the libs, Trump 24, the whatever. It's never anything substantive. It's never anything to go, here's how we fix this, white people. Instead, Salty Cucker's thing, his answer is vote super hard, and cheer on the cops. The cops are going to be the ones that come and round you up one at a time. And I'm not doing the whole all cops are bad thing, but it's hard not to say that when, if there were good cops, they'd be arresting all the crooked politicians, right? They don't necessarily need to arrest the crooked cops. They need to go after their superiors, as they call them, who are crooked. They need to go arrest the judges who are releasing people for nothing, even when the DA don't ask for it. They need to arrest the DAs themselves. They need to arrest all the DIE hires. But they don't. What do they say? What's their excuse? Oh, not my jurisdiction. Oh, it's out of my jurisdiction. Well, they dang sure make sure that when you're in their jurisdiction, if they have a problem with you, right? You cut one off while he's on his way home. He's not on duty. He's in his personal vehicle. He's in a totally other county than he works in, but by golly, he'll whip his gun out and point it at you and threaten you and everything else if you give him a problem. You know what I mean? Get in some kind of road rage incident with him. So all of a sudden, he's on duty. All of a sudden, he's a cop no matter where he's at, no matter what time of day, no matter where he's on duty or off duty. He's always on duty. I'm sure y'all have heard that mantra. So all of a sudden, you give a cop a problem when he's off duty. Well, he's never off duty. And he's always got his strap. And he's ready to pull it on you instantly. Meanwhile, some nog just raped and killed two white women. He'll handle them with kid gloves. And after they wrestle him and fight him and bite him and spit on him and call him a piece of crap honky and every terrible name they can call a white person, and accuse him of everything under the moon, being a racist white guy, they get him in the back of the car and they start kissing his butt. You comfortable? You need some AC? You want me to crack the window? All right, just hang tight, bro. Oh, your cuff's a little too tight, bro. Here, hold me open the door. I'll loosen him up a little. And then the dude gets away, takes off running. Now they got to jump fences and chase the guy, all because he's handling them with kid gloves. But he'll shoot you on the side of the road in a road rage incident in a totally different county when he's off duty. That's the problem I have with cops, And I realize everybody's a hypocrite in some way. Sometimes, some way, somehow, some way, shape, or form, we're all a hypocrite sometimes. Don't get mad because I said it to you. It's true. Deep down, it's true. We all have our hypocrite moments somewhere, sometime, But there's a difference between, having a slip-up moment in your life where you realize, oh, crud, or maybe you don't realize at all. You go through your life having no, concept of when you're a hypocrite. But there are moments where we find ourselves being a hypocrite and sometimes even feeling like we have to be a hypocrite sometimes, we feel like, when we're in that moment and we cause it. But for cops, this is their livelihood. Their livelihood is supposedly supposed to be reference of behavior. The standard of our society's expected behavior, agreed upon among all of us by way of existing together here in the same boundaries. Cops will disregard all of the reference and they're supposed to be setting the example, right? They're supposed to lead by example. How many times have you heard that in your life? Lead by example. Well, that's exactly what a cop is supposed to do. A cop is supposed to go the speed limit. He's not supposed to go 25, 35 miles an hour faster than everybody else in traffic with no lights on just because he fucking can, because he's a cop. And who's going to say anything to him? You know, riding people's butt in the fast lane till they get over out of his way, and then he just cruises on past, doesn't have an emergency, just wants them out of his way, so he rides their butt, following too closely to a vehicle, that's against the rules. Years ago, there was this old man that made YouTube news for a hot minute. He had his 15 seconds of fame or whatever on YouTube. He lived at a four-way stop, right? He lived at a four-way stop, and it was just a stop sign, four-way stop. And he lived in a neighborhood right across from a school. And he noticed that cops drove through there every day. His local police drove through there every day, many times, because he lived on a main street. Even though it was a neighborhood with a four-way stop, it was a busy main road through his neighborhood for that town because of the school and everything else. And so cops drove through that intersection, and everybody that lives in that town drives through that intersection every day, many times. And he got sick of seeing the cops setting up out there, and they would hide down the street and bust everyone who would California stop at the stop sign. If they wouldn't come to a perfectly complete stop for at least 1 second or two and then start proceeding forward, a cop up the road hiding would pull them over and give them a ticket. And this guy watched them giving people tickets all the time for not coming to a full, complete stop at the stop signs. But then when the cops come to those stop signs, they would just plow right through them. They would just slow down a little bit, and they wouldn't even slow all the way down like they're going to come to a stop. They would just slow down to like 25 miles an hour and blow through the stop signs. Well, this dude got sick of watching them doing all that, being hypocrites. Being hypocrites consistently and constantly. Not like you or I, where you have a moment once in a while in your life, or a slip up, or a whack situation where you just feel like you're forced to have to do what you normally wouldn't, or what you would profess against normally, or whatever. And the whole goal is for us to never be that way, to have the strength or the courage or be blessed by God enough to overcome those situations where we do not put ourselves in a situation where we are a hypocrite. But in this situation, they carefree are hypocrites all day and night. Judges get caught all the time driving drunk. Like every week, there's a new judge that gets caught being pulled over driving wasted. Same thing with mayors and or not governors, but mayors of cities and stuff like that. Commissioners of, and all this stuff. And these people boss you around. These people are the ones who say, hey, we're the ones acting totally correctly. So correctly, so we are such a good reference for the behavior that's expected of our society, that we're the ones who go around, forcing everyone else to abide by these agreed upon rules of our society. But we, however, do not have to abide by those rules. We can just do whatever the heck we want. And that is the kind of thing I don't like about the cops. I don't like that they have blatantly open hypocrisy in their behavior, and I know that there's plenty of cops when they first start the force, man, they want to be like, like Andy Griffith, and they really want to, make sure their town is sleepy and happy and comfortable, and they want to get rid of the bad guys, but that is gone in just a few days of hanging around the other cops and seeing how things really go, right? And so in order to fit in order to not get fired from their job, it's their new career, they just started it, they basically have to go along to get along. And that is the conundrum with, police, is it doesn't matter how many good guys try to sign up for the force. If the force is already corrupt and the corrupt are already in charge of the force, then you're not going to get any good guy out of it. There's going to be no hero that comes out of it. There's going to be no good reference that comes from it. And it's I know that cops are going to have to break a rule now and then in order to accomplish an enforcement of a law on someone else and things like that. And in those situations, that's the emergency situation where they have to whatever. They have to force someone to, obey. But I mean, just at random though, they just break the rules all the time, all the freaking time. Totally carefree. They park in handicap spots to go into Dunkin' Donuts to get them a coffee. Um, park in fire zones, park in no parking spots. They block entire roads when they could just have someone pull off the road somewhere, completely safe. Instead, they'll block an entire major road, cause a huge amount of traffic backup for 2 hours when all they had to do was tell the lady on the little thing, lady, just keep driving to the next exit and pull over at the next exit. And he just follows her to the next exit and they get her off the highway. Instead, he's got her stopped in the fast lane, in a freaking high-speed highway, causing her to be in danger. That's why you see all these clips where these vehicles come along and just plow into the cop car and almost kill the cop and probably almost killed the person that the cop had stopped on the side of the road. It's like, if you're going to stop people, at least have the decency to make them go to the next exit and get off the exit. That way, at least you're off the high-speed road where all these deadly 8 and up to 80,000 pound missiles are flying past you at 70 miles an hour. But cops don't think like that. All that matters to a cop is what the cop wants to do at that moment, right? And he just wants whoever it is he's interacting with to obey him. And if they don't obey him, that enrages his, ego. And then you start having all this like conflict problems, right? And now, since we know that blacks already understand that this is their way to try to win the ghetto lottery, and it's fashionable for them to be against the man, which is whitey, which is the cops, they're automatically already not going to obey the cops whatsoever. They are not going to. And cops, when they see blacks, they already expect that the blacks are not going to obey a single word they say. And so rather than focusing their attention on them, all the time, like they're supposed to, like we pay for them to make sure crime really does stay down, because crime is too busy being harassed and profiled and Terry stopped to be able to commit a crime. That's what we pay them to do. And instead, they row up in like a well-to-do part of the area where white people are, and they bust people for rolling through a stop sign that doesn't have to be, where you don't need to come to a complete freaking stop to safely proceed through the intersection, Crap like that. Now, when that old man, to get back to that story real quick about their hypocrisy in that one town, this old man filmed the cops for like multiple weeks. He filmed them blasting through that stop sign. Then he turned it all into internal affairs at their police department, whatever, their city hall or whatever. And they came and arrested that man, put him in jail. This dude was like 78 years old, had lived in that house for 60 years or something, had been living in his town his whole life. He was a staple of the community, like a pillar of the community. He was literally like one of the senior elders of the entire town, had born and raised, lived there his whole life. Lived in the same house for 50 plus years probably. They came and arrested that man for filming them running the stop sign all the time and then just posting it. By the way, he filmed it from his own front porch. Totally legal. And they were out in the public, which is totally legal to film them. And he did it from a super far distance away, and they were always in their car, so he wasn't impeding them in any way, in any type of investigation. He just flat out filmed their hypocrisy. And they came and arrested that man and filed charges against him for stalking. So, That's why, even though I'm not an all cops are bad kind of person, I'm not a bootlicker either. Until I see cops harassing the blacks and the non-whites and pulling them over and going, "Hey, I saw you had a taillight out." "Oh, I ain't got no taillights out." "Psh, well, you do now. You got a taillight out. What's your name? You got a license in here? Where's your registration? Smells like weed in here." That's what we pay them for, is to harass the criminal non-whites so that they don't have time to cause crime against white people. They're too busy being harassed all day if they try to leave their freaking little ghetto. You know, there was a time where if a non-white was seen in my neighborhood back in the 80s, which never happened, but if it did, they would have been pulled over immediately. And they would have been questioned, "What are you doing here? Who are you coming to see? Where'd you come from? Who is it you say you're coming to see? Where do they live? Where's their address? Oh, how do you don't know the address? Where is it? Describe to me where the house is." "Right over here." "You were headed this way." "Is it this way?" "Okay, how far down?" They would make them say every little thing until they got out of them that they don't belong there. And then they'd be like, "Get out of the car." And they would put them in the car and take them to jail. Say they were out, what they used to call it. They used to have a word for it. It wasn't loitering, but it's like when you're scoping a joint, when you're scoping a place out, or casing the joint, when you're casing a joint, which is basically just like scoping a place out, planning on robbing it later or whatever. They used to have a thing for that. I forget what it's called. And it's not stalking. It's like some other thing. Surveilling a place with intent to burglarize it or something. And we used to get them for those things back then, And what a shame that we have been duped into not doing that stuff anymore, because that is what kept our society at peace, Gosh, I'm so far behind the chat now. I apologize to you folks who said something so long ago and I haven't read it yet. My apologies. Let me get to going here. Sarah Hollow. So I apologize that I went on this crazy, like 5 different prong rant. But to really quickly just get back to her thing real quick. I celebrate birthdays. When Christmas comes around, I understand that it's a pagan holiday, but I used to listen to this one particular pastor, and I like the way he expressed it. He said, "But I like the goodwill toward men, and I like the songs that our people sing to Jesus Christ at that time of year." Christ doesn't care that we're singing to him the wrong exact perfect date for his birthday. He's pleased that millions of songs and millions of our people are singing songs celebrating his birth, celebrating his existence into our world as a man like us. And so based on those things, I say, if you want to celebrate Christmas, I used to not celebrate Christmas. Once I discovered it was a pagan thing and Yule time and all this, man, I knew about all that stuff back in the day. I had videos about that stuff. I had a video that was really popular back in the day on one of my old channels called Easter is Pagan, and had thousands of views on that because my channel was, had a lot more subs back then. And so I got thousands of views per video, not, 100 and something or whatever. And I had a lot of views on that video. And I had a video about Christmas. I had a video about other pagan things. And but since then, I have simmered down a little from discovering all these truths. And once your rage of excitement and everything simmers down some, you start to think a little clearer about the whole situation. And then when you can listen to some other folks who have already been through the phases that you are going through, like I did by listening to that pastor who had already long years before me went through that phase of learning those truths and all those things. He had many years ago has already simmered down from that excitement of learning that. And when you first learn about those truths about things being pagan and all this, and it really, if you're a person who really cares about the truth and you really want to live only in the truth with God and all these things, it flares you up, and and you end up upsetting family members. You call them and tell them, and Easter's pagan, and and Christmas, I'm not doing that crap no more because it's freaking pagan and all that. I mean, it disrupts families. It upsets parents who raised you doing all the traditional things. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't make our families be aware of these truths or any of these things, but what I'm saying is it makes people militantly aggressive about the truth when they first discover it, and for the first few years after they've discovered the truth. They're very militant against those pagan things, Christmas and all these things. Now, I still do not celebrate Easter because we have Passover at the same exact time. And that is what Israel is supposed to keep. We are Israel. So we were freed from Egypt. And God made a big deal about that to us all through the Bible. He keeps reminding us that he freed us from Egypt. That means he never wants us to forget that, because to him, it was a big freaking deal that he freed us. And it should be to us too. Anything that's a big deal to God should be a big deal to us. Whether we think it ought to be or not makes no difference. It should be robotic for us. Full obedience. We see our God says this is a big deal. It's a big deal to us. No questions asked. No questioning it, wondering why, disregarding it, shrugging our shoulders about it. No. Big deal to him, big deal to us. And so him freeing us from bondage in Egypt was a big deal to him. And he reminds us all through the Old Testament, I am the God of Israel who freed you from bondage in Egypt. And that means that he wants us to never forget it. You hear that whole 9/11 mantra all the time. Never forget, never forget. Well, he really never wants us to forget Sabbath every seventh day. That's why it's the fourth commandment. And he doesn't ever want us to forget that he freed us from bondage in Egypt. And so, how do we never forget that he freed us from bondage in Egypt? By celebrating Passover every year. That's what freed us from bondage in Egypt. That was the mechanics. That was the thing he used, the process he used to free us from bondage in Egypt. And so we celebrate Passover on that same weekend that all of our cucked examples of our people are still duped into celebrating Easter or Ishtar. But as far as Christmas, I say, now you don't have to go by what I say, but in my position, there are millions of our people singing millions of songs to Jesus Christ, celebrating his existence as a man, being brought onto the earth as a man, celebrating his existence at all, sending love his way through song, and it's the most abundant time of the year where songs are sung about Jesus and to Jesus. So, I finally had to come to that realization one day based on listening to what that pastor said, and then evaluating it in my own mind that, that is the time of year when our people sing the most songs to Jesus Christ, about Jesus Christ, for Jesus Christ, to him directly. And who am I to say that that's a bad idea, And, so I'm not against Christmas any longer, even though I was for a number of years when I first discovered those truths back in the day. I am not anti-Christmas anymore. Do I agree with the whole Santa Claus stuff and all that? Of course not. I understand all of its roots. I understand that Old Nick is a name of Satan. I realize the whole Satan Claus, Santa Claus. I know all the memes from back in the early 2000s when YouTube was new. We were posting about those things. We literally, all back when YouTube was new 15 years ago, whatever, we were making videos back then expressing to others about Easter and about taxes and about legalism and hoaxes, false flag hoaxes, and all of those were basically, and chemtrails. Those were like the big topics back then on YouTube. And for the truthing community. And so I've been through all the pagan studies, what's pagan and what was introduced and forced into Christianity and mixed with Christianity by the Catholic Church and the whole thing. But after much review and contemplation, and knowing for a fact that that's the only time of year that millions of our people sing the most songs to Jesus Christ about his existence, I'm definitely not against it anymore. And I went back to buying Christmas presents for people and the whole nine, and I even repented to the Lord that I had fought against that time of year where people sing songs to him by the millions, celebrating his existence. So that's my position on that, but I don't keep Easter. And I definitely celebrate birthdays. I celebrate mine and anybody else I care about's birthday. And I definitely celebrate New Year's as well. I celebrate 4th of July. I understand it's, it's other implications. And I also understand that our country is already dead. It's already deceased. And what we're hoping is for the Lord to resurrect it, is what we're hoping for. Through a victory for our people. But it is dead, all you have to do is look around, look at any school, look at our government, look at our military, look at look at everything. Our country is ruined, utterly ruined. So it's already been deceased for a while. And so now what we're praying for is for God to resurrect it like Lazarus, and so I don't want people to think that I'm saying like, oh yeah, just celebrate any pagan holiday you want. That's totally not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that Christmas is a major exception because of all of the fawning over our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. That's the whole premise of it for the Christians, and I could care less what the other cucked whites do that only say Xmas, or for them it's just buying gifts and trading gifts among each other, and they don't care anything about Christ or any of that. I'm not talking about any of those white people. I'm talking about for the bulk of our cucked Christian world, at least they do get one major thing right, that one time a year they all get together and celebrate Jesus Christ and celebrate his birth, and I don't think there's really anything pagan about it, even if other things are mixed in, the Christmas tree and ornaments, and and it's supposed to represent the different, wandering planets going, around the sun and all those things. I know all that stuff, but I don't participate in the Christmas tree thing necessarily. I still don't participate in the pagan tree thing. I understand Jeremiah 10:2 and all of that stuff. And so, no, I don't do the Christmas tree, but I do give gifts for Christmas again, and have repented to the Lord for being against Christmas when I was. And I hope Australia is treating you nicely. So I'm sorry if you're not even here anymore, but maybe you'll revisit later and get to hear my answer to you. And I apologize for how long you must have perhaps waited to hear me ever answer you. Chicken Allah King said, handsome truther funding a yoga studio for a Jewess. Yeah, interesting. Well, he's definitely got a lot of weird little different oddball doodad things going on, that's for sure. And I've only heard those things from folks like y'all who have told me those things. I don't really know like anything about them otherwise. But seems like all the different things y'all tell me about him, they're all so like kind of out there and weird. He definitely has some extracurricular activities. GTVflyers.com. That's interesting. I like that clever way to word that. He said, hello to you and God bless and happy Sabbath to you if you're still here. And he said, the Flyers can't be debunked. Exactly. They're not debunkable. They're undebunkable. You cannot do so. Impossible. They have 100% facts written on them. And so I'm 100% down with that. And if it was up to me, every day a new batch of flyers would land in everyone's driveways. You know what I mean? Like the newspaper happens every morning. That's what it'd be. Every morning they'd be like, ah, crap. Even if they don't read the paper, you know, they have to go out there and pick it up. Otherwise, there'll be a pile of them in their driveway in several days. So they're like, oh, I want this stupid paper, but I'm still subscribed to it, I guess. And they keep throwing it out here every morning. I don't even read it. I just got to go out and pick it up every day and throw it in the garbage. Well, that's what I wish was happening with his flyers every day. I wish every day the same idiot that complained and cried on the news the day before about how anti-Semitic it is, I wish he got another one the next day and the next day and the next day. And every other house around him did too. You know, and I wish there were 50 handsome truthers in every state holding banners over all the major bridges saying Jews won a race war. I wish that was the case. I wish there was 150 handsome truthers doing that all over the place, you know. And if they buy a Jewess, a yoga studio on the side, oh well, as long as they're doing all that other stuff, I'm cool with it, you know. I'm looking. He also said, as for HT, no comment. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is I honestly don't know anything about him other than, you know, what he has put out with flyers and the banners. You know, that's what I see. And that's what other people see, by the way. That's what millions of our white people saw. Or maybe not millions, but, you know, a lot of white people saw that stuff. That was very effective. And so, you know, and of course he probably offended a whole bunch of white people too, but that's good because they need to, a lot of them first are going to be offended. You know, think of how cucked some of you may have been at first and how offended you felt at first when you first heard someone talk crap about the Jews or talk crap about blacks or talk crap about the non-white invaders in general, or that they're invaders, you know, whatever. The first time a cucked white person hears one of those things from a based white person's mouth, they get very angry. They get upset. You know, they have this like, they feel like they need to be angry on behalf of whatever non-white race you were talking about. You know, and I mean they'll get like really upset with you, defriend you, and all kinds of stuff. You know, and so it's kind of it's actually a little bit of a litmus test when you become a based person. You know, you find out who your real friends are pretty fast, and who of your friends are super cucked and how far gone they are. And yeah, I mean, I can't, you know, I can't keep track of what every different based white guy does in their off time. You know what I mean? We're going to discover along the way that, you know, I've even heard stuff about the white guilt guy. Somebody on here before said that he has stuff in his past or whatever. I had no idea about any of it because I don't, you know, like those types, they would be in competition with any other YouTuber, right? Anybody else that has a similar amount of views, similar amount of subscribers, similar amount of activity and reaction on their channel, they consider them a threat, right? And so even somebody like me who they would pretend that they don't think of as a threat because I don't operate on their level with, like, you know, multiple platforms and make all these polished videos with all kinds of visuals and switch ups and transitions and effects and music and all these things. You know, they wouldn't consider me like even like something to compete against, right? But at the same time, if anybody does bring me up around them, they purposely don't mention me because they already know about me. And they know that I speak more based stuff than any of them do on YouTube. And so I am a weird threat to them in some weird way, even though they know that I'm far below them in like subscribers and view counts and all those things. But my points that I'm making, which are the real truths that are, you know, need to be said, I see them each listen in and take ideas, and then they, sure enough, a couple of videos later or just the very next video, they will say something that literally is like plucked out of what I was explaining the last stream I had or whatever, the day before. And so what they do is they get ideas from every based YouTuber they can. Then they come out with a video the next day or a couple days later talking about, or they'll maybe not the whole video might not talk about what I had mentioned a day or two before and what other based YouTubers had mentioned a day or two before perhaps, but they will take blips of each different based YouTuber and assemble their own dialogue, for that, or monologue for that video. And they will mention, the different blips that they picked up from the different based YouTubers. And I've seen them, borrow things from Joel Davis. And so it's like, and the other thing is, a lot of them like to take credit, like that, the guilt guy. He's big on taking credit for everything. He wants to take credit for the word anti-whiteism, which is hilarious because so many people were already saying that long before his channel ever came around. I mean, and another funny thing is he says he's been telling people this stuff for decades, right? But he's not even decades old. This dude's like 3 decades old, perhaps, at most. He's probably 30. And that means he wasn't talking about it 0 through 10. He wasn't talking about it ages 10 through 20. His channel is like more than 3 years old, but only 3 years ago, he introduced himself as no white guilt and that he was going to be a white advocate channel from then on. Everything before 3 years ago was all like other stuff, it had nothing to do with white advocacy. So, but yet he goes around saying, we've been telling you people this stuff. I've been telling you people this stuff for decades now. And it's like, no, you haven't, bro, because you're not even decades old to be able to have done so. So, just between that and the bragging and the, give me financial gifts, that's how we save America, is by you transferring money to me, to my wallet. It just, I don't know. And I mean, he does inspire a lot of our white people somehow. I mean, you see him, they send him pictures, one of his favorite pictures he likes to show on his channel, I guess, because I've seen it a couple times in the beginning, is some pilot flying a little Cessna, and he's got his book that he bought from that guy sitting in the windshield, and he's got the sky in the background, and you can tell it's like, look, I'm a pilot and I agree with you, And so the guilt guy has it on, and he's like, look, this guy's a pilot and he agrees with me, which is fine. But it's just that, the other things I just don't care for. I don't like the, the bragging and the other thing is, and I've explained this technique before, that he brags to his audience too during his swashbuckling part of his segment of his thing. He'll sit there and be like, he'll call them these like overly ridiculous, compliments and platitudes and all these things. Call him the king champion, and give him lots of emojis, whatever. And he'll mention his comment, I'm sick of anti-whiteism. Who's with me? And then 2,000 likes on freaking Matt Walsh's channel. Excellent. Champion of the white people. Like, he does this whole, like, I mean, I get it. I realize a lot of people must like it, obviously. He gets pretty good view count, he gets in the 4 digits, with his view count most of the time, and a lot of likes, so he has a lot of people following him. And in the ways that are positive that he behaves, I say God bless him. You know what I mean? But I disagree more with his ways than I disagree with HT's ways, Because at the end of the day, this dude is still trying to, like, he's pushing, and his concept is nice, white well-being. Yeah, I like that. Who would argue with that? But the problem is non-whites don't give a crap about white well-being. And he's hoping to, like, convince the non-whites to peacefully allow us to give a crap about ourselves while they're already here conquering us. They're already attacking us every day. They're already conquering us every day. The Jews are literally carrying out their Kalergi plan against us every day. And this guy is like, don't say shit about the Jews, you know? And it's like, okay, but, well, if we're going to save America going your route, which he swears up and down is the only way to save America, how are we ever going to save America if we don't point out who's shooting the holes in our boat? You know? I mean, remember, his whole stream is pointing out the holes in the boat also. No different than Salty Cucker or Veteran Cucker. The only difference between his video that he does, like his stream or whatever, and Salty Cucker's videos or whoever's, is that Salty Cucker wants maximum shekels. So he will make an entire video only about one hole in the boat. Only about one incident where blacks attacked a white person. Only one incident where blacks flip out in the McDonald's and destroyed the place, and now it's closed down, and now everybody's screaming about it being a food desert. Whatever the little incident is, he makes an entire video or does an entire stream about only that one hole in our boat. The white guilt guy, he does on his stream, he'll do hours of, you know, say like 3 hours or 4 hours of a stream. And in that time, he will cover many holes in our boat. You know, he might show 5 or 7 or 12 holes in our boat that gives him his 3 or 4 hour stream. Or gives him, you know, that builds up a 3 or 4 hours time worth of stream for him to have done. But the answer is always give me money, you know, swashbuckle, which is fine. That's what I ask y'all to do too. And don't point out the Jews, you know, no matter what you do, you can't point out the Jews. That's no. And I disagree. I don't think that you can pretend the Jews don't exist, or no, I don't want to say that. That's not what he says to do. I don't think we can follow his process whatsoever. I mean, of course, I already know for a fact it won't work because he's not pushing Jesus Christ as our king, and he doesn't understand that the non-whites are the beasts of the field. And so since he doesn't understand our Bible, he's not the way to follow. But he does uncuck white people, which is why he's important. You know, we don't necessarily need him to lead everyone to Christ, because he won't and he isn't. But we can watch him uncuck many white people, at least from their guilt, that is the focus of his channel. No white guilt, right? So that is the focus of his channel. So I say God bless him on that. Now, Handsome Truther, his focus is completely different. His focus is let everyone know what's really happening right now. The Jews want a race war. All these mofos in our government and media and corporations are Jews. And it turns out that Jews just so happen to want to eliminate white people. And see, that's the thing that Homeboy doesn't want to accept or acknowledge or pay any attention to, is the fact that Jews want to eliminate us worldwide. And they have this orchestrated plan that they carry out worldwide in lockstep with each other. And he's like, no. Don't even pay that any mind whatsoever, because if you do, you're just being an immature, you know, he has all the insult words, but you're immature, you know, you don't know, you're not high IQ enough to be on his level to understand how his plan would actually work, and yours don't. So yeah, even though he did, but even still, with the whole don't criticize Jews, I mean, you would think that would make me have my Jadar like pulsing when I hear that, right? But the things he says for white people on white people's behalf, and the way he does not let cuckery be in his view without pointing it out or noticing it at least, You can't pull one over on him. You couldn't have like a commercial with a black guy and a white girl and him not notice it. He's going to notice it, you know, and he's going to notice it right away. And so that's what I mean is he's based enough that he at least catches the cuckery. He sees it, he notices it, and he can catch it and point it out. And so I appreciate him for that, and I appreciate his format. I think his format is pretty rocking. Those when I watch those streams and I listen to his videos, I don't find everything disagreeable. A lot of the things he says, especially on behalf of white people, are exact same things I would say. A lot of his observations that he makes about a non-white, a commercial, like a commercial that shows non-whites and the only white person in it looks like a freaking goofball and whatever. I agree with all that stuff because it's all obviously true. It's only when he gets into his own ideology of how to fix things and all that I disagree with him. So moving on, I've beat those two guys to death here in the topic or in the chat. So let me just move on and try to catch up with y'all. Chicken Alla King said, Zoomer Historian reaches more people than HT. Zoomer Historian, a great YouTuber. Man, that was the other one I should have mentioned, but I don't know if in the last 3 weeks he's actually put something out that was a banger. But Leather Apron Club and Zoomer Historian. Now, I don't like Leather Apron Club's name, but can't argue with his videos. They're pretty based. And same thing with Zoomer Historian. He, like you said, he's reached a lot of people, and he's done a really great job so far. God bless him. I say more power to him. And Chicken Alla King also said, HT gets let out of jail on a Sunday on a no bond warrant. Only a glowy does that. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there are some municipalities that have Sunday court. As crazy as that sounds, there really are some municipalities that do have a what they call a jail judge, who just chills at the jail and is ready on weekends. They have him there to do processing of whoever, pre-arraignments and whatever. So I can't say for sure, but I agree that it looks suspicious, like only a Fed would be processed through on a day like Sunday so quickly like that. But there are, honest to goodness, there are municipalities that have a jail judge on duty on the weekends in many municipalities. So you'd have to just look into his particular municipality that he was arrested in, even if it's not his, but wherever he was arrested, and see if that exact municipality has a weekend judge, because a lot of them do nowadays. You got to understand, we've had 35 years of blacks being running amok. So we have so many that process through our jails that they literally kind of had to start having judges on the weekends. Otherwise, by Monday, there would be so much backup over the weekend from arrests over the weekend that they'd have to spend all Monday just trying to catch up Sabbath, and then they'd have to spend Tuesday trying to catch up Sunday, and then now they've got Monday and Tuesday to still catch up on Wednesday. So they had to go to 7-day-a-week judges, otherwise there just wasn't going to be a way to process all the criminals that we have, criminal non-whites we have in our country. Let me see here. Let me get back and scroll back up. Let's look here. Oh, okay. Here I was. And then the next person that chimed in is named Who's Ursula Haverbeck. Who's Ursula Haverbeck? Look it up. Nice name. That's a good way to get people to look that up. Just make a whole dang channel name of it. That's decent. Welcome to you. God bless you, sir, and happy Sabbath to you. And he said, Didn't he go to college over there? Unless I'm remembering wrong. I don't know. And Camo said, HT and GTV literally helped me get to where I am today, knowledge-wise. Good for you, bro, and good for them. I mean, that means at least they're reaching people, you know? That's what matters. They're reaching our people. Camo said, a stepping stone on my journey, I guess you could say. Yeah, that is what it is. You know, we're uh, each one of these different YouTubers, you know, the whole reason I started my channel, like I've said before, is there was not one channel that was actually just saying all of the truth flat out the whole way it really is. You know, they would say 95% of what they said would be 100% accurate, but then they get to this 5% that's like super critical, that's like a crux of all the information, and then they would have a completely J-duped, cucked, it doesn't even match all their other things they've been teaching in the video position, and it ruins the other 95% of their information because it isn't even compatible with everything they had just explained earlier. So when you see video or channel after channel doing crap like that about different subjects, it gets you to the point where it's irritating. So that's the whole reason I started a channel, was to make, you know, to have all the truth out there on one channel 100%. I'm not saying that I have the truth. I'm saying that I've made a channel to tell you what the truth is 100%. You know, the who's who in the Bible. People are trying to make sense of our Bible without knowing who's actually who in the Bible. You cannot ever live your whole life and die thinking and believing that non-whites came somehow from Adam and Eve and Noah's family or whatever. You cannot ever live your whole life and die believing that and then go to heaven understanding God's word. It's not going to happen. You have to understand God's word. It's our instruction manual. It's literally made for us to comprehend it explains the entire world to us. That's what it's for. When people are trying to pretend that all the other upright bipeds are people, all right, or are, you know, mankind like us, part of Adamites and whatever, this is what causes our multiculturalism garbage. This is what causes the Jays to be able to subvert our governments, put women in charge of things who are psycho and childless and emotional and anti-white nutbags. All those things come from our cuckery of not being based in our faith, not having our white Christian fascist country to keep guard over our God's laws and our government's laws and our politicians' behavior. You know, the whole point of a white Christian fascist country, which is why they want us to be anti-fascist, is because if we are a white Christian fascist country, it's almost impossible for Jews to come in and infiltrate us, subvert us, take over our government, take over our schools, take over our money supply, take over our curriculum, take over our media, declare what all the value of every precious metal and stone and ore is on the earth to us, dictate to us, the only ones who can physically mine the stuff out of the ground. You realize Jews cannot mine, right? They don't know how to mine lithium. They don't know how to dig for gold. The most gold digging in virtual theoretical world, they're the most gold digging creeps in the world, but they don't know how to mine for gold. Guess who does? White people. White people know how to mine for every single thing. Jews do not. But meanwhile, who tells white people what diamonds are worth, what silver's worth, what gold's worth, what rhodium's worth, what radium's worth, what lithium is worth, what every single ore is worth, what every single gem and metal is worth? Who tells them what every different country's currency is worth? They do. They tell us what our currency is worth. How stupid is that? We're the only people that know how to do all this stuff, and we allow these useless parasite creatures who hate our guts and want us all eliminated, so they can rule the entire world of non-whites to themselves. We bow and obey to these idiots, or obey these idiots, and we bow to these idiots, and we allow them to just tell us what our shit's worth, and then take it from us on top of all of it. I tell you, child sex blackmailing obviously works pretty well. Look where it's got them for our government. You know, they've got our whole government wrapped around their finger. Donald Trump, client list number 78. And I'm not saying he was. I'm just saying he's been friends with all of them all his life. And I don't want to hear all the crap about, oh, he kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago. Oh, I don't want to hear all that garbage. He's been friends with leftists his whole life. He's a lifelong registered leftist. He didn't betray anyone. He's playing the part of representing white people. All while he ignores white people, by the way. He ignores his 99.999999% white voter base and panders to any black that puts a MAGA hat on, puts him at his podium. They get keynote speaker of the friggin' rally. Go up there like, yeah, blacks for Trump, water's wet, y'all. And everybody's like, oh my God, did you hear? Guy said he knows water's wet. This dude's a freaking genius. You know, they start quoting him. You got another Thomas Sowell around here. Let me get back in the chat. Camo said, no, it was who's Ursula. That's a hard one to keep saying. Who's Ursula Haverbeck said, that's because we don't deal with those pieces of shit like we used to. I agree. That's exactly why they get away with everything they want now, because, you know, vigilante justice used to be a we don't give a crap thing. Like, in other words, yeah, we don't care when the cops come and be like, oh, who did this? You know, we'd all just look at each other and shrug our shoulders and be like, I don't know. Same thing the blacks do nowadays with the cops. That's what we would do after we handled business back in the day. You know? And it's just been too many generations now. Like one of you had commented earlier, we've become weak over the generations, you know, and now weak men create hard times. And so we are in those hard times because, you know, we have spent an entire 20 years now of our white men playing video games all day. Okay? You're not turning wrenches and building strength in your tendons and building testosterone and building muscle mass and building, you know, alphaism in your soul and in your blood and in your body and in your mind unless you're doing manly things. You cannot sit in a chair in air conditioning and play video games all day and become a man. It's just, it doesn't work that way. It's not possible. And so, and that may offend some people who visit, you know, because a lot of them perhaps are, you know, video gamers and stuff. And I'm not saying that, you know, a grown man can't spend, you know, a little bit of time now and then waste a little bit of his life, I suppose, if he really wants to, on playing video games. But you remember, video games are fiction. Just like if you were wasting your time watching a juvie or watching Talmud Vision, some fiction show on Talmud Vision, or reading a novel, you know, you got to remember, you're working with a finite amount of time in your life. You only have X amount of days of life. That's it. You know, however many it is, 1.6 million or whatever, however many days it is. I forget how the time-wise or numbers-wise, how many days and months and weeks the average life is. But, you know, you don't get all that many. You feel like you do, because every day, just one day after another, you know, you don't really feel like it's ticking along, but it is. Okay, you went from 40,000 days left of your life. Now you're down to 38,000. Pretty soon you're going to be down to 35,000. Pretty soon you're going to be down to 30,000. You figure out, oh man, I still got years to go, man. 30,000 days left, tons of days left. Oh, okay. Next thing you know, it's 20,000. You're like, wait a minute, shit, I was at 30,000 just like no time ago. Why do I got all these wrinkles now? Why do I look so much different than I did when I was a teenager? And then all of a sudden you only got 10,000 to go. And all of a sudden you got 5,000. You're like, man, I'm really like coming, I'm coming up on the end here quick. I mean, life is, this mortal trial of yours is a finite, short amount of time. And the whole point is you have spectrums of time that you have to do certain things in. Look at the conservatives always ragging on the lefty liberal white women, saying, oh, pretty soon she's going to hit the wall, then she's going to be crying and upset because she can't get a man because she hit the wall. Now she's not as attractive anymore. When she was gorgeous back in the day, she could have got any guy she wanted. Could have already had 5 kids by now and be living in a happy family somewhere. But no, instead she's this miserable, 45 or 50-year-old, chick who still looks good, but her hot looks are starting to fade. And she doesn't have kids yet. Now she's already at an age where it's going to be trivial whether she could have a healthy pregnancy and birth or not. All these things start coming into play in her spectrum of life, right? Like that. If she ignores that time frame and it becomes too late, well, she's past that time. She ruined that opportunity. That time has come and gone and passed. The same thing applies to us men. Okay, if you spend your time watching movies and TV shows and reading novels and all this fiction garbage in your life and sitting on your butt in the air conditioning, not going outside and doing physical laborious stuff, laborious stuff, then where you're sweating so hard you can't keep your eyes open. You got to work for the next 20 minutes with your eyes closed until you finally can get your hands wiped off clean so you can clean your eyes off and get water out your eyes. That needs to happen over and over and over in your life, constantly. Every other day, you need to be busting butt, doing something, stressing your body, working hard, physically working. Stress, not just go to some air-conditioned gym and lift some weights. No, you need to go outside and profusely sweat in the hot sun, where you come back inside and now you're sunburnt looking, right? Your face is beet red. You're freaking... If you're blonde, your hair's brighter now because you've been out in the sun all day getting it sun bleached. You need to look like you've been at the beach all day when you come in from doing stuff outside. That's how you need to be looking. And if you're not pushing yourself to some degree physically, then you're not conditioning yourself up as a man. You're not building up the testosterone levels you're supposed to build. Did you know that you don't have to do any of this garbage you see on these conservative channels? Buy this pill, drink this drink, whatever, to boost your testosterone levels. You don't have to do any of that garbage. Go outside and work on a car. Turn some wrenches in the hot sun. Go outside and do your exercise outside. Do your exercise out in hot sun. You need to sweat. You need to strain yourself. Don't injure yourself, but you need to make your heart have to beat fast. You need to make your body have to profusely sweat. You need to make your muscles have to exert more force than they'd really care to. You're going to be sore the next couple days. You're going to be tender, but you're going to sleep like a baby, perhaps. You might have taken a leave before you do, but, the older you get, the harder all of this becomes. Okay, so if you don't use your 20s and your 30s exercising, keeping yourself in shape, sweating, doing manly things, you're going to get to your 40s and all of a sudden you can't do all the things as much as you used to do, as aggressively as you used to do them. You can, but you're going to end up with a hernia, and then you're going to end up with a $20, $30, $50, $100,000 hospital bill. And then once you've had a hernia, now you can't do crap anymore. God forbid you disturb your hernia thingy, right? And people find that out as they hit their 40s. They go out and try to do their hardcore skateboarding stunts they used to do, or try to do some hardcore mountain biking that they used to do. And next thing you know, they're in the hospital. And then once you get to your 50s, you have to be more careful. And when you injure yourself, it takes a lot longer to heal. Even a skin wound. That's why when you see an elderly person and you're like, my gosh, man, he got scab on his arm. That thing looks bad. You know, he's got a big old nasty one on his leg. It's like, yeah, because he probably got that thing a month ago and it still hasn't healed. And it doesn't matter what your mentality is. As you age, your body will not heal better or not heal as fast anymore. It will heal. It takes way longer to heal. And your body will fail you when you're trying to do aggressive, youthful things when you get older, because that time has passed. That spectrum of time where you're allotted to be able to do these youthful things is over at that point. And then as you progress further in age, you have to be more and more careful. So my point of saying all that is, don't waste your youth on useless activities. All right, unless they are driving your alpha maleism up, okay? Unless they are building up your muscles a little bit or your cardio, unless it's causing you to go outside and sweat, and you want to accomplish projects, you want to pick goals, you want to create goals and make them, you know, meet them. And don't set your goals so high that it's so ridiculous that you probably won't really achieve it. Set yourself some, you know, pick just maybe one goal at a time, you know, and pick something that's totally doable and start off simple, something easy, something that as long as you accomplish that one simple thing in that day's time before the day is over, you can tell yourself, okay, I at least did that. I at least accomplished that thing. All right. The next day, pick something a little, you know, the next day you have off, I should say. Pick something that, you know, a little more involved, will take a little more of your effort or a little more of your time or a little more of your mental capacity in order to accomplish it. And accomplish it, complete it, you know, make yourself finish it. And then that's another one checked off the list. You'll feel better about yourself. Your confidence level will come up. And believe it or not, that actually, when you accomplish tasks, that actually produces testosterone. Because your own satisfaction level of accomplishment for that day gives you this mild dopamine rush, and it triggers other glands or whatever in your body. And the end result is you will have more testosterone. You really will. Try it out and see for yourself. And you've already experienced it if you're a man. You've already experienced where you accomplished some things during the day you needed done, you know, and you got done at the end of the day, and, you know, you had to bust your butt all day on it, and now your body's like swole from exercising all day. You're feeling big, you're feeling horny, the old lady's looking good, and it's time to get it on tonight. You know what I mean? That happened because of your grunting and effort and working like a man that day. It triggers those things. It causes that. Exercise and sweating causes you to create in your own mind. It triggers your body to create testosterone. You don't need physical mechanics of doing it. Your mind will do it. Your mind will trigger it. Okay, it's no different than if, like, you know, some guy that's been married for 40 years or 30 years, and then, you know, and then some like really pretty, you know, 25-year-old bikini models like standing right in front of him and smelling good and just wearing her little bikini and bending over in front of him. Guess what? He may not have had a boner for the last 5 years, but all of a sudden, dude's got an instant boner. Why? Because regardless, he didn't need a pill from some conservative Sheckler channel. He didn't need to drink some energy drink every day to get it all of a sudden, or take Viagra. No, his brain told his body to create testosterone and create freaking, you know, all the things he needs to be excited suddenly and be aroused. That's all mental, you know, and it comes from doing manly things. So I hope that, you know, over time, if you find yourself being kind of an indoors person and you don't really do a whole lot to sweat and get cardio and get physical kind of exercise to build a little bit of muscle mass, if you're a man, then definitely start trying to make yourself do so. Figure out ways. I can't come up with every little idea for you. You're going to have to get creative on your own, but come up with something, to give yourself goals, to make yourself go outside and sweat and work. If you got to start a garden, start a freaking garden, just to give yourself an excuse to be outside in the sun and digging and sweating and shoveling things around. Just get creative and do something to, keep yourself going more so than you have been already. Get yourself out of the house. The AC is what you can go and escape when you've almost pushed yourself too far for, in the heat, or when the day is done. But during the day, get outside, bust butt, find something to do outside and bust butt. Not only that, when you're outside, you're breathing outside air. I'm a huge advocate of that. I think that everyone should spend as much time outdoors as possible. You should only, and I don't want to say you should only, but I think as minimal time spent indoors is better for your body. Is better for your body than not. Like, if you spent all of your time outside, I think that you would have a healthier life breathing outdoor air all of your life than if you spent majority of your life indoors. You're breathing all kinds of extra dander. You're breathing all kinds of extra mildew that's in the AC, in the ducting, all these different things. So add that up over accumulation of, many years, as opposed to if you're outside a lot, your lungs are recovering with this fresh outdoor air, the plant life, the pollen, all the things. It's much more natural and proper for us to be outside. And I think you as a man, your body will respond to it better than if you spend the bulk of your time indoors. So, let's see what else everybody says here. Camo said, Jason, okay, it is his name, yep. Coney. I think he pronounces it Coney or Cooney. I'm pretty sure I heard him say his last name on the last video or something. I thought he said it like Cone or Cunny or something. I have a hardest time remembering that guy's name. I don't know why. And Camo said about him, I heard somewheres he was a prison guard. Oh, never heard that. Oh, corrections officer. Yeah, prison guard. That's an interesting job. I can't imagine seeing him as a prison guard having to work around blacks all day and stuff. But yeah, it's interesting. Chicken. All the King said, I don't like white tubers e-begging either. Well, I'm way behind in the chat, obviously, as usual. Yeah, I'm not big on the shekling thing, man. I don't, for me, maybe I'm expecting too much out of people. Maybe because I live this way, I'm expecting everyone else ought to have to also. But, and maybe that's wrong. Maybe I'm the one that's in the wrong for thinking this way. But I feel like if you really give a shit about our people, right? And you really care about our identity, and you really care about pleasing our God and saving our people and back to God, so that God will help save our people and save our country and all of this collectively, then I feel like anybody who cares about that stuff, if they truly did, they would be doing whatever efforts they offer for free. That's it. I mean, when I have a passion about something, right? I don't know if I could come up with an example right off the top of my head, but whatever my passion might be in life, if it was something where I was trying to promote myself as like oh, I'm for the people and whatever. Um, I would spend my own money to do it. All right, and basically, like with my channel, I probably am going to go ahead and buy some gear, and that way I can, run music and it sound proper and all this stuff. I kind of like running it lo-fi through the microphone of the phone because it keeps me from getting uh, copyright strikes, and then I can play kind of whatever I want. Because when it's lo-fi through the phone, it doesn't trigger the algorithm. So I like that about it, and I got away with doing that for years on my older channels, um, so that I could play music without getting copyright strikes. But I realize, that if I'm going to keep doing this, I probably ought to step it up a little. So I'm going to go ahead and buy some equipment, and I can't say exactly when I'm going to do it, but I could do it any old time. I got to sit down and really decide, like, which mic do I really want to buy, and do I really want to be stuck in this chair over here at this part of my place, or do I want to build a different little area that's going to be more comfortable for me to sit in to do streaming and stuff? Because basically, if I'm gonna be able to show the chat on the screen and do like OBS or Streamlabs or whatever, I'm gonna be stuck sitting in a chair having to do all that, manage all of the devices, the laptop and whatever else I've got going to run it, and I'm not looking forward to being stuck in a chair. You know what I mean? I like being able to pace around in my front yard and on my porch with just my phone and do them this way. It's so much more quick and easy to start up and go. And but I realized that it's hard for a lot of our people, especially ones we haven't reached yet, to a lot of people are so into visuals and things. They want to see something. They want to watch something. They don't want to just have me on in the background talking. And so, since they don't have visuals to look at, they just won't visit, or they'll bail out right away. So because of all that, I am going to go ahead and eventually just get OBS or something downloaded, and I'll get a mic and everything. And I already have other equipment that I can use for, like, the for doing the vmix itself and all that stuff. But I just don't have, I don't have a microphone and a few other things that I would need. So eventually I will be just picking all that stuff up one day when I finally just have a hair up my butt to go get all the stuff. And then, eventually the production quality will be better especially on the streams, because I'll play like music from an actual channel where it sounds normal. And, I'll get a decent mic. That way the mic sounds good and, has decent tone and everything, and is easy enough on the ears, tone wise and everything. And then, I'll be able to start doing visuals and all that stuff. And I have the devices that I can easily do all that stuff with. I just life gets in the way of, and then when I finally do have time to sit down and do anything, I don't really want to spend hours building a video anymore. I'd rather just turn on a live stream and start chatting with y'all. It's just so much more quick and direct. It just feels like a better connection to the people. But I realize y'all want visuals. Not all of you, but a lot of folks want visuals and things. And so I will be getting back into all that soon, and I'll buy some gear so that I can do it nicely, like everyone else does. So let's see here. Camo said, trust no man. It's basic. Yeah, I can agree with that. I mean, even our Bible says to just trust our Father in heaven and his Son, Jesus Christ, and our Holy Ghost. And, every man is a liar somewhere, sometime. The Bible says so. And even if, and maybe I should restate that, the Bible doesn't necessarily declare that. But the Bible does say, let the Bible be true and every man a liar. And basically, what it's saying there is anything a man ever says that doesn't agree with something the Bible says, he's a liar. You know, that's how we know the book of Enoch is a hoax, because it disagrees with our Bible over and over and over and over and over again. You know, it's just a Jewish hoax fiction book. That's all it is. And where it was discovered, yeah, with the Dead Sea Scrolls, but not as a part of them. It was just discovered as another book in a library of books that also happened to have the Dead Sea Scrolls with them. If you found a library 500 years from now and it had a Harry Potter book in it, and then in another aisle it had an encyclopedia, you wouldn't assume that the Harry Potter fiction book and the encyclopedia should match perfectly and everything be, and that all of it's reality and it all matches and it's all the same. No. Eventually you'd figure out, oh wow, this Harry Potter book is completely fantastical compared to basic observations of reality, and it doesn't match anything in this encyclopedia. It must be one of the books of the encyclopedia missing. No, you would never deduce that. So the book of Enoch is the same way. It doesn't agree with our Bible whatsoever. Therefore, it's a liar. And same thing applies with men. You know, anything a man tells you, if you look in your Bible, or if you already know that your Bible says the exact opposite of what that man's telling you, well, you know right then off the bat, that man's a liar. So I can dig the whole trust no man thing. I can appreciate that, especially in this day and age. My goodness. And who's your Surla said, love yo people. That's racist, man. I know it is definitely. The mantra nowadays is that we are the baddies if we care about our own kind. That is something that they think of as a big no-no. Fontavious said, they turned Trump into Jeb. I love it. That's great. Um, that's an acute observation there. A very correct one, I would say. Highly observant observation you got there. He put, Dems don't view him as a threat at all anymore. Well, funny thing is, you know, their confidence is because they know that Jews don't count our votes. So, you know, their whole thing about, oh, get out and vote and all that stuff, that's all part of the good cop, bad cop political theater thing. A lot of leftists probably really do believe that votes matter and count and all that stuff, but at the highest levels in politics and all those things, everyone knows Jays don't count our vote. Jays just decide every politician. They hand select each one themselves, and it's probably just literally down to one group round table of rabbis and somewhere in Tel Aviv that literally select each politician. Okay, this guy is going to win the Senate of this, and this guy is going to win presidency, and this guy is going to win speaker. Yeah, they pick it all. And so, but if going on the belief that it's all, you know, that elections weren't a Jewish hoax and all those things, yeah, the left is confident now. And the whole, to mention the thing about Biden, you know, where they're still trying to force Biden along, this is because they plan on Biden, you know, winning presidency, but then having to step down because of all this. Remember, Trump supporters spent 4 years trying to get him impeached, trying to get him kicked out of presidency. All the while I kept telling them, you idiots are stupid. Because if you get rid of Joe Biden, if you make him step down because of calling him mentally deficient and all this stuff, well, guess who becomes your president, you idiots? Kamala Harris, the freaking stupid mongrel darky. Female. Ugh. It's not even an American. I mean, you basically got a female Obama all of a sudden, you know? And that's exactly why they're putting Biden back in office. They're going to put him back in office, and they're going to let him have a medical problem where and they'll have him come out and say, you know what, guys, you're right. You know, she's competent. She's the smartest person I know other than my dumbass son. And so, you know, she needs to take the reins. She's got to take the reins. I'm just too, I got to bow out. And then boom, now they got they got all their check boxes there. Black, female, you know, retarded, all 3 boxes checked as the ruler of our country over millions of white people. And the conservatives are going to cheer it all along. Basically, the leftists, remember how I'm always saying that conservatives and leftists are basically the same thing. They pander to non-whites the same. They diversity hire the same. They don't care about the browning of America the same. But for different reasons. The left is excited about the browning of America to destroy white people. Conservatives are excited about the browning of America because they look at those as all potential new customers to their business that they own. So they're both cheering on the destruction of America exactly the same, but for different reasons. And in that same spirit, conservatives, like the leftists, will I had a train of thought that I was going with there about it, but basically, when it comes to their positions, you know, a leftist will do anything to win, right? A conservative basically won't do anything to win. They just say, "Oh, we're gonna vote on it. We're gonna play by the rules. We're gonna, you know, go by the Constitution and legalism and all this crap." And they wipe their ass with the Constitution. They don't care about our Constitution. That's a piece of paper that only matters to certain white people who are, you know, who are patriotic about our country and all these things. To everyone else in this entire country, including all of the younger generation white people, and I don't mean all like 100%, but like, you know, 90% of them or more. 90% of our population, of our white kids now, cannot even tell you what the 4th of July is celebrated for, or what, maybe not something that easy, but, you know, they couldn't tell you like, they wouldn't be able to tell you things about our country that they definitely should know, you know? And, like to an embarrassing amount, you know, to an embarrassing level of ignorance that they have about our countries. And so whether it's, you know, America for an American girl, or if you asked a girl in the UK about some kind of, you know, history of the UK, they wouldn't know it either. And so we're in this situation where, you know, our kids have already been ruined out from under us. And we were counting on, and white people still act like we've got all these kids that are going to grow up to be white adults that are going to take the reins from us and whip this country back into shape. And they're cheering them all. Oh, Gen freaking, what is it? The new Gen one, not Gen Z, but whatever the new one is, the Zoomers or whatever the newest Gen is. They're like, oh yeah, man, they're gonna be based. They're gonna freaking set our country back straight. No, that's like 5% of the kids. All right, the rest of them, the other 95% of our kids, are fags and video gamers and fat sloths and useless and cucked beyond belief about everything anti-white that exists, to the point where they're all, you know, almost like rabid anti-whites themselves. So we have a long way to go. We have an enormous way to go. And while we have all this way to go, the Jays are busy flooding our country with more and more and more and more non-whites by the thousands every single day. I already told you that they plan on bringing 1 billion additional non-whites to our country. And that is what they are steady doing, working toward that number every single day. And it's only going to be another 10 years, and they will have all 1 billion extra non-whites in our country. And all the while, they're telling you every day, oh, you know, 2,500 across the border. You know, 16,000 crossed the border last week. Blah, blah, blah. They tell you all these like low numbers, right? But they're still big numbers and they add up fast, especially when you're talking every day, every week, nonstop, 24 hours a day, around the clock. They just keep flying them in, flying them in, flying them in by the jumbo jet full. All right, there are days where airports in our major cities are packed with invaders who just got off the plane. And they ain't even got anywhere to go, so they just flop down right there in the airport because it's nice and cool in the airport, in the AC. And they step outside and they're like, whoo, it's hot out there. So they turn around and come right back in the airport and just sit down somewhere. And we have airports, some days they're completely packed with migrants sitting along the walls. They fly them in by the thousands per day. Per day. Thousands. You realize it only takes a handful of years flying in thousands, some days tens of thousands a day. It only takes a handful of years until they've got 1 billion people here. Because there will be plenty of days where it'll be 50,000. There will be days or weekends where a whole 100,000 plus are flooded in. You realize there's only got to be 10 weekends of 100,000 people here, and you've just got added 1 million people to our country in just 10 weekends. That's not even counting the 5 days a week between all those 10 weekends. So you got 10 5-day work weeks where they were also flying in thousands of people. So now you're talking way over 1 million by that 10-week period. And that's only 10 weeks. And keep in mind, the rate of invasion is not going to stay gradient. All right? They are going to ramp it up exponentially on us. So right now, we may only be getting, say, 25,000 a day across the nation into our country, which means every 4 days we have a new 100,000 people in our country, which means every 40 days we have a new 1 million people in our country. That's almost a new million people per month. Not people, but invaders per month. If every 40 days we have 1 million new invaders in our country, which is definitely happening. We only have, and again, it's not going to stay at this level. It's going to ramp up. They're going to ramp up the invasion exponentially. There will be days where they fly 500,000 people into our country in one day. You think I'm kidding? It's coming. If I would have told you 8 years ago, 9 years ago, that pretty soon there would be entire caravans televised on TV of 25,000 people storming the border while Trump's president, by the way, and every one of them gets let in by a single file line. Not a single one of them gets rejected. Y'all would have been like, no way, not going to happen. Especially with Trump at the reins, man. No way he'll let that go on. Well, it happened exactly that way. And it happened nonstop every day, the entire time he was president. He didn't lift a finger to stop it. What did he do? He banned a few Muslim countries from flying in. Wow. Thanks, dude. We actually needed all non-whites to not be able to come into our country, especially Mexico, which he never did anything about. He talked a big game. Oh, the Mexican president's already called me, kissing my butt, apologizing, saying he's going to be on it first thing in the morning. Take care of this border problem down there. Didn't do a thing. Instead, we kept getting flooded. We kept getting more and more crime, more and more criminals, more and more MS-13 gang violence and all that crap over in California and in Texas and in Arizona. We had farmers every day crying and moaning on TV about how people are running through their fields and their properties is, invading into our country. And no one's doing anything to help them. He hired a whole bunch of extra Mexicans for the border patrol. Why would you hire Mexicans for your border patrol officers at Mexico? How retarded and stupid do you have to be to hire the exact kind you're trying to prevent from coming into your country as the ones to prevent them from coming into your country? They're brothers. They're not going to sit there and tell the other Mexicans, no, you can't come in, freaking amigo. They're friendly to their own kind. They want their own kind in this country. They can't believe that us white people would be stupid enough to hire them as border patrol. And then stupid enough to tell them, yeah, just let them in, single file line. You already know Spanish, they speak Spanish, it'll be great. There we go. Only white people are stupid enough to do something like that. Or could be duped into doing something so stupid, you know? But that's funny that you mentioned that they turned Trump into Jeb. That's totally what they did. He's basically a freaking all bark, no bite. And he was already a Jeb when he took presidency. What'd he say on day one, his first rally, first day as president? He spent his whole rally, he spent his whole entire election listening to his crowd say, lock her up, lock her up. What does he do on first day? They start the chant, lock her up, reminding him of what they elected him for and expect him to do. What'd he do? He freaking waved his hand and he shrugged them all down with his hand straight to the floor. He said, forget about those people. What, motherfucker? That's literally what we voted for you for, is what all his fans should have said. And instead, they all just kind of quit saying it and stood there and looked at each other like, I guess we're going to just forget about those people. Okay. And then on with America First, the lowest black unemployment, not lowest white unemployment, but lowest black unemployment, lowest invader Spanish unemployment, which, by the way, means highest diversity hiring employment ever, highest white unemployment ever. You cannot have lowest black unemployment ever and lowest invader unemployment ever and also have lowest white unemployment ever. In other words, in order for those two things, for the non-white unemployment to be lower, the white unemployment has to be higher, because we have to diversity hire and replace white people to put those non-whites in those jobs in order to give them jobs at all. And we got to remove white people to do so. And you'll never hear Trump say lowest white unemployment. You'll never hear him say that. Which is messed up. That's literally his 99.99999% white Christian voter base. And he will never, ever utter the words lowest white unemployment. He'll never say that. Never, ever. Marcavius Fontavius said, finna not much jurisdiction and shit. Oh, yeah, he's talking about the cop thing earlier. Yeah, wow, gosh, I'm way behind. My bad, y'all. I'm trying to catch up right now. And who's Ursula said that type of, quote, entertainment also serves as a tension reliever for white people who might otherwise reach the limits of their patience with all the anti-white garbage those guys make light of. I agree. They are a pressure release valve. I know that the No White Guilt channel, I realize that Jason is a pressure relief valve for a lot of people. He says things with a little bit of riled up theatrical anger in his speech that, he kind of says what's on some of his viewers' minds when he talks a certain way and says certain things on our behalf and whatever. And they're all based, for the most part each time. And enough so that I find them, 100% agreeable. And so, like I said, if it wasn't for the don't name the Jew and I walk on water, I'm so awesome, why don't women like me, and all this crap, if it wasn't for all that weird stuff he's got going on the side in his videos, Everything he talks for white people on white people's behalf is based 100% based, as far as I can tell, and as far as I've ever heard from him. Um, so like him and this SC channel you were mentioning and stuff. Those are, yeah, they are pressure relief valves. I'm sure a lot of people listen to my rants as kind of a pressure relief valve for them, or at least to just hear someone else saying what they've been thinking all along, and they just want to hear someone else say it out loud so they know they're not going crazy and thinking it and feel, because a lot of times our people feel like they're the only one thinking this way, about a certain thing. And it's comforting when they hear, it's comforting to them when they hear some other person, especially someone on YouTube or somewhere who, reaches people, saying the same thing that they've already been thinking in their head. They just want to hear someone else say it so they know they're not going crazy. And so I agree. A lot of our pro-white channels are definitely functioning as pressure relief valves. I try my best to be a type of channel that is like that as well. I want people to come here and vent their frustrations, even if they're mad at me about something I've said or whatever. That's fine. We'll hash it out. I realize I have not been as friendly with some opponents who have come here as I should have been. I have been doing my best to be cordial with non-whites when they visit and try to, not that I need to be, but just to show that I'm not here to just be silly and be anti-black and all this crap. I'm cordial with them because I want to show them that they really don't have an argument against our position. They just don't. And so if you stay polite with them, in the digital realm, when they try their arguments and different things, and then you just easily defeat their arguments, in theory, maybe they'll, let me think of what I should say here. In theory, maybe they will, it's just in theory though. Maybe they will reevaluate how much hatred they throw our way. You know what I mean? How much effort they put toward hating on us online and all those things. And also I just want to dump on their arguments so that if we whittle away at each one of their arguments, they're still going to keep repeating them anyway. But over time, they're going to grow weary of some of their arguments. Like, oh, that's been debunked long ago. Oh, we've already dumped on that. Oh, they keep hearing that enough, and they keep reading that enough in the comments. They'll eventually dump some of those stupid ideas that they keep using as either accusations or like their wee-wuzzing. We've dumped on so much of their wee-wuzzing. They still do it. But over time, if we just see, their whole plan is to keep repeating. That's the communist way, is repetition. Just keep repeating the lie over and over and over again. Uncle A was accused of being the one who came up with the idea because he mentions the Jews' process in his book Mein Kampf. They took his quote where he says, tell a lie and repeat it over and over. Make the lie so big that it's so grandiose that it's so ridiculous that people would have a hard time believing it even. And then just keep repeating it and repeating it and repeating it incessantly and nonstop and never take no for an answer and just constantly repeat it. And eventually it will become accepted as the truth. And he was blamed by all the Jews and communists for being the one who came up with that idea. So you have all the conservatives still thinking that was the Nazi Germany plan, create propaganda, which are lies. Because there can be truth propaganda too, but in this case, they think that Nazis, the evil baddies, were creating lies of propaganda and then repeating and repeating and repeating them until they became truth, which is what they think was the Nazi or the Uncle A plan. But it wasn't. It was Uncle A. If you read that part where he's talking about that, he's explaining the process the Jews do on other people, where they create a lie and then they keep repeating it incessantly forever and ever and ever, until everyone just eventually accepts it as truth. Well, they've taught the blacks to do the same thing. So now that the blacks say, oh, we built America and we built Britain and we was the first white people and we was this and that, and we was the aliens and all these things they claim now, they've been taught by the Jays to never stop repeating it, to just incessantly repeat it forever and ever, and never take no for an answer, and just keep repeating it in the face of all opposition. And so that's what they do. They just nonstop, forever and ever, they plan to continue repeating that they was Kangs, they was the Egyptians, but they was also the Hebrews, but they was also the aliens, but they was also the Indians, but they was also the Moors, they were also the Chinese, they were also the Japanese, they were also Britons, they were the first Germans. All these things that they want to steal, they're just going to keep repeating it no matter what. And it doesn't matter how much evidence you give them or whatever, they're going to keep repeating it incessantly, nonstop, forever. But that's how we have to play the game also. Okay, since they play that game that way, we have to play that game that way. So every time they was, you got to come in there. Somebody's got to come in there. I got to come in there. Somebody's got to go in there and dump on it. Like, yeah, it's been dumped on long ago. Everybody knows it was created by so-and-so, a guy from France or a guy from England or a guy from America, white guy. We've got to continue dumping on their we was crap. We have to continue dumping on their accusations against white people about being the slave owners of them and whatever, because that isn't the case. You wouldn't own any blacks, and neither would I. You wouldn't want any around your house 24/7 that you're having to feed and worry about raping your kids when you turn your head or when one goes around the corner and nobody's looking. You would never in a billion years want to pay for owning and having to feed and keep a black at your place. You would just never do any such thing. And you certainly wouldn't be able to own 1 or 2 or 5 or 20 blacks that are almost as big as you are, or perhaps bigger. All right, you're not going to own them and whip them around and boss them around and tell them what to do. I mean, it's just not going to happen. It's a hilarious fantasy to believe that could ever be the case. And so, but you got to remember, Jews are not cucked by non-whites. Jews are 100% ethnocentric, and so they look at non-whites as just stupid animals. They declare that white people are too, because they declare all non-Jews are stupid animals, but they know for a fact that they're just coping when they try to include whitey in that, because they know for a fact that whitey blows them away at every fucking thing. So, what they really mean deep down in their minds and everything, what they really, to them, they know really that white people are not included in that, thing with the non-whites, that all non-Jews are just stupid animals. They know white people aren't stupid animals, but they know the non-whites are. And that's why they can so easily puppeteer non-whites to doing whatever they want. Now, they have started believing, I'm sure they've probably started convincing themselves that white people are also included in that, because after all, they have cucked so many of our people. They have the Christians following them. They have the lefties obeying them. Even though they've got the lefties being anti-Israel right now, they know, and the lefties know, that they take all of their orders from Israel. So, just like the Republicans and Democrats all know that they take their orders from. So, yeah, we're kind of in a weird world between all that, where we do need channels that act as pressure relief valves, because we see all this constant repetition that never stops from the blacks, and the constant repetition that never stops from the YouTube employees and from the news channels and from the non-whites who are joining in on the party against to being anti-white against the whites. So, like you said in your comment there, our people will get built up over time, and they may have a falling down moment out in real life, and at least if they have, based channels on YouTube or somewhere to go to and listen or watch, where people are saying the things that they have been thinking in their mind all along. I really do agree that is a pressure relief valve for a lot of folks. I'm sure it's nice to hear that other people think like you do, And whose Ursula also said, our police departments are being staffed by more and more non-whites with each passing day. That's definitely a problem. There's also a scam called Safe Cities Initiative that's replacing local cops. Yes, there is also the thing where they've been hiring, like Seattle and some other places I've read, are hiring flat out illegals, as they call them. Now, on this channel, we don't care if they're, quote, legal, which just means Jewish permitted, or illegal, which means Jewish permitted also. Um, it really makes no difference. They're a non-white in our country, so they don't belong here. There's no such thing as a legal non-white in our country. They call them legal because legal is Jewish permitted. And since the Jews want all the non-whites here, of course, every non-white is legal. That's why AOC said there's no such thing as an illegal non-white in any white country, or at least in America. But what I mean by illegal is unlawful, the real unlawful. All non-whites are here unlawfully, against our God's wishes. And while I also say at the same time out of the other side of my mouth that God is who is flooding us with these non-whites to punish us, using them as weapons against us. I do still stand by both of those statements, and here's why. Because I'm not talking out of both sides of my mouth. God doesn't want to punish us with non-whites. He does not want non-whites here. He does not want to have to send them here. He doesn't want to have to allow the Jews to flood our countries with them. He doesn't want any of this. But we're defying his Sabbath. We're walking all over it. You and I are not. We are honoring his Sabbath. But the bulk of our people are dishonoring his holy day, his greatest gift he ever gave us, other than Jesus Christ. And we're acting like Esau. We're not even trading it for a bowl of pottage. We just don't even act like it exists at all. And by we, again, I'm not talking about you and I, folks. I'm talking about we as a whole body of white people. Israel, the God of Israel is the God of, is not honoring God's holy day. And he's pissed about it. And that's the whole reason he's allowing the Jews to flood our countries and destroy our people. He says it over and over and over in the Bible. That's what he did to us over and over again. Every single time we became cucked and started cucking the non-whites, or when we started slipping about Sabbath. I mean, it's written in our Bible over and over again. If you read something in Harry Potter that keeps happening over and over again, you would understand it. And you'd be like, yes, anytime they pull out the potion out of the stupid little bag or whatever, Harry don't need glasses for the next 20 minutes. Whatever the stupid scenario is, but you would understand it. You read it, you saw it, you watched it on the movie, you understand it. How can our people understand all these other complicated books and novels, Narnia, Chronicles of Narnia, Lord of the Rings, Harry Potter, all this garbage, and they can't comprehend that your Bible says right there in plain words what it says? They cannot. They're like, I don't understand it. I don't understand how the Bible is this massive mystery to our people. I think the bottom line of a lot of it is that they don't want to have to agree with our Bible. I think that the truth rubs some of our own people who claim to be Bible followers the wrong way. I think when Christians, as they call themselves, read in the Bible where God hated Esau, they just go, I didn't see that. God doesn't hate anybody. They have their own idea of what God is. And when they read something in their Bible that disagrees with what they think God ought to be like, they disregard that part of the Bible. They've been cucked into not being racially conscious. So when they read a part of the Bible that seems to be, quote, racist to them, they disregard it. They don't learn a lesson from that part. Try to teach any conservative supposed Christian, about Matthew chapter 15, where the Jewish chick is following around Jesus and his disciples all day, hollering, Lord, please help me, Lord. Literally all day, Jesus Christ and his disciples are walking around through crowds of white people, healing one white person after another. Christ is healing one here, and he turns to heal this one here, and then he turns around and heals this one here, turns around and heals that one there. Everywhere he went, he was literally putting his hands on white people and healing them like hotcakes, left and right, all over the place. So much so that it was disturbing the Roman control of, they felt like they were losing control, or they might perhaps lose control of a large portion of their population. This dude's walking around healing everybody. They're starting to really believe this guy's a god. But Romans were okay with multiple gods. They were open to the idea that Jesus might perhaps really be a god or some kind of healer, prophet. And so they actually didn't have a major problem with him. They were just keeping a slightly close watched eye on him, like a watchful eye on him. Not too extreme, but just they were just kind of keeping an eye on him, just to make sure he didn't get too popular and start stirring up the masses too much. But he literally went around healing white people all day, white person after white person after white person, putting his hands on people. All they had to do was, they didn't even have to say, Lord, please help me or nothing. All they had to do was be standing there. And Christ would just walk up and know their problem and start healing them. And meanwhile, while he's doing this all day long for white people all around him, there's this Jewish chick following along. They call her a Canaanite in the Bible. But you can Google, who are the Canaanites today, right now. And you will see that it says the correct answer, the Jews and Arabs. So this Jewish chick is following around Jesus all day. Lord, Lord, please help me. He purposely ignored her the entire day, the whole day. He pretended like he didn't hear her at all. He never looked at her. He never responded to her. He never said, give me a minute, lady. I'll talk to you in a little while. Nothing. He completely ignored her like she did not exist, like his ears did not hear her. And you know how a Jewish chick is. She was louder than everyone in the whole crowd. Guarantee you could hear her distinctively over all the noise of the crowd. You would be able to hear her exact words she's saying every time she hollered. Guaranteed. You know how they are. And so definitely she was the loudest, most obnoxious, most whatever annoying one there. And the Bible records that she was annoying Jesus Christ and the disciples. Show conservatives how she followed them around all day, and Christ kept ignoring her. Why? Because he was being racist. And not only did he ignore her all day, but when the disciples finally spoke to God about her, they said, Lord, or when they spoke to Jesus about her, they said, Lord, can you just send her away? She's pestering the crud out of us all day. She won't shut up. Can you just make her go away? Just tell her to leave. Christ refused to even talk to her to tell her to leave. He just replied to his disciples that he only was sent to save the children of the house of Israel. In other words, he just let his disciples know, I wasn't sent here for her. And then show the conservatives that the disciples had to reply back to the Lord, yes, Lord, but she won't leave. She will not take no for an answer. You know how these Jewish chicks are. Lord, she's not going to leave. She's just going to keep being louder and more annoying and more pestering and just more aggravating until we finally look at her and listen to her for a second. So could you please, Lord, just just do anything to make her go away? You're the Lord. You can make her go away, right? So just do whatever. We can't make her go away. She won't listen to us. And only after all of that back and forth and the pleading from the disciples twice in a row, after Christ rejected talking to her, they finally persuade Christ to talk to her. He finally says, fine, send her in. So they send her in. And what does Christ do when she asked for him to help her daughter? But she said, Lord, my daughter is possessed by a demon. Please help her. Jesus Christ, knowing that it was a young girl, probably a teenager or younger, he didn't even have any sympathy for that girl because of her ethnicity. He looked at her mom and he replied, "It's not good for me to take food off the children's table," meaning the children of Israel, meaning white people's table, "to give to the dogs." He told her right there, "It's not good for me." That means it's bad. Just like good old Pastor Peter said, "It is not good." That means it's bad. It's bad for me to take from white people, to give to dogs, to give to someone who isn't white. Why? Because Jesus is our pearl. He's one of our pearls. He's our biggest pearl. And we're not supposed to cast him to swine. We're not supposed to offer his salvation to non-whites. And we're especially not supposed to offer, and Christ knew that he's not supposed to offer his blessings, his healing abilities to the dogs, to the Jews, to any non-white. Jesus was not sent here for them. And he said so out of his own mouth in that chapter 15, verse 24. I was not sent. That means he was not sent. But for, that means except for. That means I was not sent here for anyone except for the lost children of the house of Israel. That means the cucked white people that had already moved to Europe and became pagans. The Vikings, the ones who built Stonehenge and all those things. He went to go get those people. He sent his disciples, He sent his disciples into the world to go reach and spread the gospel to those people, to our kindred people who had already long ago left Israel and went and ventured into Europe. See, we're always focused on the whole big bulk of our populace, Israel. When we got ransacked and conquered and taken to Assyria, and then after we spent some generations in Assyria, we were completely freed and we were able to travel north over the Black Sea into the Caucasus Mountains. We stayed there for a short spell. Then we traveled south down into Europe, southwest down into Europe. That is the final bulk of our people. When we finally came all over in one big mass immigration, if you will, a mass migration. But there were already thousands, millions of our people who had already long been living in what is now called France, in what is now called the UK, in what is now called Germany, and all these other places of Europe that we know of now as Europe. We already had many of our people living in those places. They had already had many wars among each other and had built things, and whole things have been destroyed that only lived perhaps 200 years and were built all the way back in 580 BC, and they only existed for 20 years and were destroyed in 560 BC, and we never even knew they existed. There are millions and millions of structures that used to exist, that do not exist anymore, that were torn all the way down to absolute dust, to nothing. I know that you folks have been somewhere in your own town and seen a building, seen a location where a building once stood. A big old building, might have been a big giant Food for Less, or an old church, or an old gymnasium, or an old roller skating rink, or an old mall, or whatever. And one day, out of the blue, you're driving down the same road in your town you always drive down, but it's been a few days since you went down this one particular road, and you cruise down it, and wouldn't you know, the gigantic building that used to be there, the old closed down whatever building, it's gone. It's completely gone. The ground is blank, ready to build something on, completely leveled, graded. And people, you might think to yourself or someone else driving by that would be in the same position as you, used to seeing it all the time, would say to themselves, wow, that building is completely gone. They got rid of all of it, man. You know, and it's so awkward to you to see this whole thing is gone. And there's just a blank place there where there used to be this giant thing. Well, imagine that thing lived maybe 30 years, maybe 50 years, and then it was destroyed and leveled, and as though it was never there, as though it never existed. There are billions of houses and castles and fortresses and structures of all different types, even tombs that are long gone, that were raided, and then 100 years after they were raided, they were just destroyed. And 100 years after that, whatever little bit of bones, some other grave robber came along looking for the last little remains of anything they could find, pulled all the bones out, didn't find anything, left the bones laying around, and other critters came along, grabbed the bones, took off, chewed on them somewhere else. I mean, we have even tombs that are gone. People think they feel like tombs are kind of like permanent, like, oh, once somebody's buried, it's always there and it's always respected, or it's just, no one builds out in that area ever, so it's just going to stay for millennia. And nowadays, we still find tombs, that have existed, for 2,000 plus years or whatever, 500 years, 1,500 years, 2,500 years old. So we feel like anytime someone is buried that they'll always be there and never be disturbed, and that generations from now people will still, be able to find that tomb or see that tomb or know that tomb is there or whatever. And if no one knows it's there, it would still be there anyway, for some generation in the future to find. But in fact, many times all those things are destroyed by others. Grave robbers, developers come along later on, and back in the day it would have been like old school versions of developers, but the same thing, they had their version of it back then. All right. Yeah, I mean, there's I don't want to get too far off on that topic. I've already getting too far off on it, so let me stick with the chat. Let me get back in the chat here. Sorry, I'm getting too far off topic there. Or it's not that I was off topic. I just don't want to keep ranting on about that one topic. So let me get back in the chat here. Who's Ursula said? Oh, nope. My bad. Marcavius Fontavius said, we know since the riots, the cops' number one priority is to get home safely to their families. Yeah, I can't really blame them for that, honestly. Yeah, there's the whole mantra of, hey, if you want to be some Mr. Hero and you sign up to be a cop, well, you're accepting all the danger and whatever, and you just need to man up and step up to the plate every moment, every day, and be the cop you said you signed up to be. I agree with all that, but at the same time, I've never tried to be a cop for a living. And, any one of us, if we were to become a cop for a living, our attitude about the public would change, I would say pretty quickly on. Most people you deal with end up being hostile to cops nowadays, really attitudey. People nowadays, basically, it's fashionable now to have no shame and lie straight faced, looking right in the eyes of someone and just lie. And so much so that cops, over the last 40 years have had to be trained on how to pick up on all the obvious cues of when people are just lying like hell, and 40 years ago, they didn't have to deal with that. We were in an all-white world. White guy gets pulled over, he might put up a little fuss, but he'll still end up admitting, look, I was going 70 in a 45. Okay, but, you cut me a break, man, but at least he, wasn't just lie. Now, you should never admit anything to a cop on the side of the road, and especially nowadays with our corrupt government, never confess or admit anything. Always fight all of your tickets. Always force the government to work as hard as possible to get 1 red cent out of you, anything at all. They ever accuse you of a traffic violation, even if you did it and caught red-handed, you ran this red light, that's bad. You shouldn't do that. You broke a rule of our society. In theory, you should just own up to your mistake and pay up the thing. But we live in a corrupt kangaroo 2-tier or multi-tier system now that's rigged against you only and no other race. So any chance you can, you always fight your tickets, always fight any accusation against you. In fact, our founding fathers told you to do so back when it was an all-white world. So, and the non-whites play the game. They play the game every day. They go out and slaughter all the people they want, and then they come in, oh, mental illness, mental illness. Meanwhile, no whitey ever gets away with any of his crimes by claiming a mental illness. But they get away with all their crimes. All they got to do is claim they were high on weed, which is never an excuse, but somehow it magically is a reason when the blacks say it. Like, oh, he just murdered someone because he was high on marijuana. He would have never done that had he not been high on marijuana. It was just a drug-related incident. That's all. It's just a simple drug-related incident. Yeah, someone lost their life. There was a struggle over some elderly lady's purse. Him and some elderly lady were scuffling over her purse. And she lost her life. She just misplaced it somehow. But I don't know, she left it over here or over there. She dropped it. And somehow she misplaced her life. She lost it somehow. And so this guy was high on pot. He wouldn't hurt a flea. Here's his first grade photo. Yes, he's 38 now, but he's just a teen. He's just struggling, he just started turning his life around this week, in fact. And, he just started going to church. He just had a bout of mental illness, or, he was just high on pot, Your Honor. And the black judge is like, yeah, I agree and shit. Blang, not guilty. Charges dismissed. It's a rigged system, and it's only rigged to work against you. So, yeah, you might see a Puerto Rican get hosed now and then. You might see a Mexican or an Asian guy get hosed by a judge now and then. You might see a black get hosed now and then. But just remember, every time you finally see a black get put in prison for like many years and it actually sticks, that's because that's his 85th felony and 20th time in prison. And now he's built up so many prison points that the judges can't really ignore it anymore. They're like, look, if we keep letting this guy out, somebody's going to shoot us. So they end up finally locking up, some whoever that's on their 121st felony, Let's see here. So, but back to your statement there. So knowing, like if I was a cop nowadays, knowing that, all the hatred that's taught against us and against cops and all these things, I don't know how I would be as a cop. I don't know. I know I would be the type of cop that I wish cops would be, out harassing the non-whites all day so that they don't have a chance to be causing white people problems. That's what I'd be doing. And I would do it until they figured out, like, hey, we've been reviewing your performance and we noticed that you've never, ever stopped a white person ever. And you stop non-whites like 50 times a day. And you've had like 40 arrests this month. It's all been non-whites. And we're just wondering, is there a little bit of prejudice going on here? And I'd be like, yes, I'm doing exactly what the white taxpayers of this country pay me to do. Harass the non-whites all day so they don't have time to fiddle with white people. But since our cops aren't doing that now, because after all, they're not allowed to by their Jewish superiors, they don't, because they can't. They're not allowed to. They're only allowed to, come down on you with a hammer fist, Who's Ursula also said, with transplants loyal to the anti-white agenda who don't have any issue with abusing the law-abiding white citizenry. Yeah, he was continuing his statement of about replacing the local cops with the transplant loyals to the anti-white agenda. Yes, exactly. And and that's what they want. They want all of our police force and our military to be turned into non-whites. They want to kick all the white men out and have nothing but non-whites in it. And then who do white people have to look to? You know, you see all these conservatives like, oh man, when Trump gets back in office, man, we need to go to martial law. You know, they're cheering on martial law, these idiots, because as long as their guy's in charge, they're totally down with bootlicking, government control, full martial law over the people. They're cool with it as long as they think it's their guy that's going to be in charge. You know, but anytime the leftists are in charge and they start talking about any kind of martial law, which leftists really never talk about martial law, but if they were to, oh man, the conservatives would be upside down doing backflips. Oh, they can't do that. That's against the Constitution and common cause taught us. Oh man, they'd be freaking out. You know, but when it comes to their guy doing it, oh man, they're totally down with that. You know, so they're no different than a leftist. They're cool with bootlicking as long as it's their own side's boots. You know, and who could blame them? I mean, when you pick a side, of course you're going to cheer for that side. I mean, it's logical that they would be that way. It's just that it's, you know, they don't realize they're just cheering for a uniparty, you know, and they're basically like watching pro wrestling, and they think that Ric Flair really hates the Undertaker and that they're really going to throw down, you know, and they're Ric Flair fans and they're like, screw those Undertaker fans. And out in the parking lot, real fights used to happen after these wrestling events. White people's, like the dumber of our white people who go to those things and think of them as entertainment, they would actually like go out in the parking lot afterward and fight fans of other wrestlers, you know. Those two wrestlers are backstage eating steak and wine together at the catering table, toasting to a great show. But these idiots are out in the parking lot getting arrested and really harming each other, you know, knocking each other's teeth out, busting each other up. Somebody's going to end up going to jail. Somebody's got a huge medical bill now, all for something that was completely made up fiction. It was all just nonsense. It was all made up. But our lower mentality IQ version of our white people just eat that crap up and go outside and fight about it. For real, you know? And it's the same thing with politics. Our conservatives, they don't realize that it's all a pro wrestling show. It's, you know, the Republicans eat at the same catering table backstage behind the drape that the leftists do. They all sit at the same rounds together. There's not some Democrat catering room somewhere in the White House and somewhere clear across the White House on the other side of the building is the Republican catering room. Or no, they have one catering room. They all go to it. They all sit down together and eat at it. They all golf at the same resorts together. They call themselves each other's friends across the aisle. My friends across the aisle on the other side of the aisle. They're friends. So, let me check out what's going on here. I'm going to keep going. Fontavious said the 1-2 punch of, let's see here, deindustrialization and desegregation in the 60s. And that was a continuation of him saying, we know since the riots, the cops' number one priority is to get home safely to their families. The 1-2 punch of deindustrialization and desegregation in the 60s. And then, Who's Ursula replied to Marcavius and said, we also had the sexual revolution and the cancer of counterculture unleashed upon us during the 60s, not to mention the 1965 Hart-Celler Act, which kicked everything off, or which got everything kicked off. That's completely true. The Hart-Celler Act is absolutely what was the crux, or the, like you said, the thing that kicked off the civil rights movement. And we had other things too, like Brown versus Board of Education, a few others. But that was the major one, was the Hart-Celler Act. That's really that was the final nail in the coffin to white people's Christian fascist country. So yes, totally. And he also followed up with saying, as far as leaving us exposed to massive invasion we're facing today, yes, that is exactly what started it. That was them opening the floodgates. That literally is what that was. Camo said average life in days is 29,000. Oh wow, I was pretty close with that 30,000 guess. I just made that up out of thin air. I really had no idea. It's equivalent to 80 years. Wow. Y'all hear that, folks? Keep that in mind, y'all. Think of how fast you can spend $29,000. Think of how fast $29,000 can just slip through your hands, getting to pay bills and buy one random little thing you needed or whatever. Next thing you know, your $29,000 is long gone, right? Now imagine each one of those dollars is one day of your life. And that's hoping that you make it. That's saying you make it to 80 years old. What if you're going to die at 63? Right? Well, now you've got way less than 29,000 days. And so my point, thank you for looking that up, Camo. So that now that we know, is, and he also said 10,000 days is 27 years. That's crazy. And he said, I'll be celebrating 20,000 days coming soon. Hey, God bless you, man. You've almost made it to 27. That's awesome. Now, keep in mind, so we have a definite amount of numbers here now. So imagine that, y'all. Imagine if you're not going to make it to 80, perhaps. Maybe you're only going to make it to 70 something, right? And now you're talking your entire life from birth, from the moment you were born, is totaled all in this number of whatever, 20, whatever I guess it would be, 29,000 you said would get you to 80 years. So whatever it would be, like, let's say, whatever that number is, let's just make up a number and say it's 21,000. Well, 21,000, you have to subtract all your youth from that already. That's all already gone. So your number's already way below that. Okay, just like he said, 27 years, 10,000 days. So let's say you take, 5,000 days of that away, for your youth. And now you're working with, we started off with what, 21. Now you're only working with 14 or 15 or 16,000 days, and each one of those, as you get up, do your thing that day and go to bed that night, now one is gone. On to the next one. Ticking off the next one the next day. And before you know it, you're 80 or you're 70 and it's time to die. Okay, and in that finite amount of time, that finite amount of time, I should say, is shorter than you realize. Much shorter than you realize. And so I recommend highly, not telling you what to do, but recommending from brother of Christ to brother or sister of Christ. Don't waste any of your time. Your precious, short time of trial to prove to God your worthiness in this mortal life. Don't waste any of it on fiction. Remember, fiction is useless Jewish imagination. That's what that is. Every time you watch fiction or read fiction or watch a juvie, you're just wasting your finite trial of life to please our God on some Jewish idiot anti-white moron's imagination. And you're helping the Jews become more and more rich by watching those shows, watching those movies. No different than when you watch Afro Ball, you're helping progress the blacks further in our world. You're creating more black millionaires. You're teaching your white children to cuck to blacks. So, and the same thing with watching sports. That's also wasting your life. Your finite amount of your trial in life to prove your worthiness to God. You waste it on watching Afro Ball. Think of all the men who spend countless hours watching Afroball. You know, they probably waste 4,000 total days of their life on that. You know, that's years and years and years and years collectively if you add it up. Now, maybe that's a way over exaggeration. Maybe it's only like 400 days total. But that's a lot. When you add it up, that's over a year of their life they spent total just watching blacks chase a ball around. Think that's going to end up pleasing God when he's reviewing the person's performance in his trial? God's going to be sitting there looking over everything and be like, oh, let's see, you spent a total of 18 hours thanking me and praying to me in your lifetime. 18 hours total. Wow, not very many there, champ. Let's see, you spent 9,100 hours watching Afroball. You spent 19,500 hours listening to Afro noises that they call music. You thanked non-whites 85,941 times. You thanked me 2,700 times. And you start thinking of all those things, the numbers really matter, you know. And let's see who's Ursula said. He said, I'll give Orange Man some semblance of a benefit of a doubt when he actually addresses our interests directly, while addressing our people by name explicitly, as if that's ever really going to happen. Yeah, well, that's the problem is we'll never hear Trump say lowest white unemployment. We managed to squeeze out of him the name Jesus Christ one time during his presidency. One time, that's it. And we managed to, after his presidency's over and it was all a wash, he finally said white people. After it was way too late, 4.5 years too late, dude finally says white people one time. And he didn't even, it was like half-hearted. He was like, oh, cops kill white people too, you know. Oh, thanks, dude. Thanks for, you know, finally saying something about us there. You know, yes, white cops do kill white people too. So that's true. So thanks, Trump. But that isn't the problem, you know. We had a way bigger problem than that, and he didn't address it. He also said, I was actually talking about Salty Cracker, but I definitely agree with you on no white guilt's egotism for sure. Ah, okay. Yeah, I mean, it's just aggravating. I mean, it's not only aggravating, it's like the most childish, weird, bizarre thing. I can't believe a guy who's as based as he is doesn't realize, hey, you don't talk about your own self like you're amazing, and then also get upset when like the other day, that video that he put out that I made myself watch, he was like complaining about the hot Tua girl being famous, you know, and it's like, yeah, dude, she's hot and young. You're not a hot young chick that said something clever that got the whole world excited and laughing. The world doesn't care about our mission. The world cares about hot young chicks that say something funny and it goes viral. So he tries to compare himself to like all these like totally other things that are way bigger than he is. And then he sits there with total anger and rage, and he's like, why don't I have millions of views? You know what it reminds me of? Literally his rant about that. All I could think the whole time, and I even thought in my mind to like put a clip of him doing that next to Hillary when they were doing the 2016 election. And she was sitting there in some interview and she starts bitching at the audience. She's like, why ain't I 16 points ahead yet? Or whatever, however many points she expected that she ought to be ahead of Trump. She was like bitching out everyone in her audience. She was like, why am I not higher up the list yet? Or why am I not further in the lead ahead of Trump? And all this. And that's literally what homeboy looks like. He looks exactly like Hillary did and sounds exactly like Hillary did that day when she was throwing a fit about why she don't have X amount of more points than Trump in the lead. When he sits there and compares himself to these way bigger scenarios, these people like Hawk Tuah girl, she doesn't have any skill or whatever, but she doesn't have to. Women are born with value. Men have to create ourselves into being valuable. Women are just born valuable. Okay, so that's the difference. Men have to create themselves into being something valuable. Women do not. Women just have to be young and pretty. That's it. They don't even have to have a personality. They could be dumb as a rock or impersonable or uninteresting. They could even be a difficult bitch, and somebody be willing to kiss her butt just because of how hot she is. And for him to try to compare himself to things like that and be like, why don't I have 2 million views per day like she's getting and whatever? It's so pathetic and ridiculous and I don't know. It's so the opposite of alpha male. Like he's like so determined to try to be. So I don't know how he managed to end up like, I don't know how he ended up being based and then also being like that at the same time. It's very odd because it's basically like the opposite of based. When he starts acting like that, it's the exact opposite of being based. So he's like a light switch, like based one moment, not based the next moment, based the next moment, not based the next moment. It's just weird. I can't, it's hard for me to stomach it. I made it through his whole thing the other day, and I made it through the one before that. Made it all the way to the end, except for I do fast forward through the swashbuckling part and stuff like that. But beyond those things, I pretty much made it through his video both times that I watched the two more recent ones, and that is the only two I've watched in like years of his. I think I watched one of his like a whole year ago. I watched one, and he was doing bragging on that one, and I'm like, oh my gosh, listen to this fool. And I had to hit the back button. I'm like, I can't listen to that crap. There's no way I can put up with that. And and it sucks because I wanted to keep going and keep listening to him. He had like 2 more hours to go on his thing. And I like his format, I like his style about how he kind of builds his videos and structures them and stuff. I enjoy a lot of it. But then he started that bragging garbage. I'm like, oh man, I'm out of here. And this last time when I finally decided to watch these last 2 videos recently of his, and just see like what he's been up to and what all's going on with him. Sure enough, both videos, he's in there throwing a fit. Why ain't I freaking got millions of views? And why ain't I rich? And why am I not the king of this country already? And I walk on water, he said in one of them. And it's like, holy moly, dude, are you freaking retarded? Yes, the answer is yes. There's no way you're saying that crap unless you're stupid, bro. So, and I don't mean to call him stupid because I don't want to think of a based white guy as stupid, but that shit is stupid, and I don't know why he don't see that. I hope someday he's as embarrassed and has a realization that like, oh my gosh, what have I been doing, man? But I'm sure he won't. His ego is like far out ahead of him to make sure he like keeps trying too hard. Who's Usurla said. Or who's your Sala said, shit, we was everybody fool. Okay, now I've caught up to the part where I was talking about the blacks trying to claim every single thing under the moon as theirs. James Thomas has stopped by, everyone. He may already be gone now, but God bless you to you for chiming in, saying hello, and stopping by in general. And he said, and happy Sabbath to you, James Thomas. And he said, this example of the Canaanite woman pestering Jesus always leaves out the next verse, 28. Then Jesus answered and said to her, O woman, great is thy faith, be it unto thee even as thou wilt. And her daughter was made whole from that very hour. And Jesus departed from thence. It shows an example here that he showed mercy to her after fervently pleading and worshiping, and he continues on, I work alongside cops. I have now for years. I can freely speak amongst them, but it's true they're really trying to hire the alphabet tribe and non-whites. Yes, that is absolutely true, 100%. Oh, cool, I have finally caught up. And he retracted one thing, but then he also said, in the surrounding capital of California, most are good old boys. Well, that's nice to know, actually. That's good to know. Now, going back to what James Thomas said about Jesus Christ healing the Jewish chick's daughter. Yes, I skipped that part. The reason why is because it's not relevant. Yes, well, I mean, you could say it's relevant because, after all, Jesus healed her daughter too anyway. And you explain why it's relevant there. You detailed why it's relevant. But what I mean by it's irrelevant is what we're supposed to learn from that is not that Jesus will end up healing a Jew if they pester him long enough so that he'll finally heal them so they go away. That's not what we're supposed to get from that story. What we're supposed to get from that story is everything before that happened, where he completely ignored her the whole day on purpose for a reason. There was a reason Christ was ignoring her all day long. There's a reason why Christ had to be pestered even by his own disciples, begging or asking him to please make her go away. Okay? We're talking about, these are Jesus's disciples. These are the ones going around spreading the gospel, telling you to be, Christ first and teaching you how to be a Christian. Yet they want her to just go away while they're in the middle of healing people all day. They want her to go away. They don't want to heal her. They don't want to listen to her. They don't want to do anything for her. They want her to go away. Now, why would Jesus' disciples, the men who are supposed to be the reference for Christianity other than Christ himself, they're supposed to be the next in line reference for Christianity. We have Christ himself and the followers of Christ, the highest followers of Christ, the ones Christ appointed himself to teach the gospel to our people, to teach our people how to be Christians. What did they do by example? Remember the lead by example thing? What was their example they set there? Their example they set there was ignore the freaking noisy Jew. Ignore the noisy Jew. And if one really won't leave you alone and you call them out on their BS, let them know they're an imposter. If they accept that they're an imposter, if they accept your scolding of them or your calling out of their identity or position, if they accept that position, that's what she did. Remember, she played the game correctly with Christ. When she finally had her moment with Christ, she didn't screw it up. She actually, we can say for once, Ajay didn't do something wrong. She actually did everything right when she was around Christ, or when she was finally given her moment with Christ. She told Christ what she wanted. Christ said, it's not good for me to do anything for you. And you're a dog. I'm not supposed to do nothing for you. And only because she accepted what Christ called her. She said, truth, Lord. She didn't argue with him. She didn't say, Lord, I'm just as American as you are. I'm just as white as you are. I'm a fellow white person. She didn't try any of her Jewish subversion bullshit. Instead, and another thing is, this story is actually a story and a lesson to the Jew. It's teaching the Jew that, hey, you're pestery, you're annoying. It's not good for me to take anything from white people to give to you. But if you accept that you're dogs, if you accept your position on the totem pole of God's creation, that you are the descendants of Esau, that you're imposters, that your kind works against my chosen people, if you accept that you're a dog and you're willing to take my scolding, then fine, perhaps I will have mercy on you. It could be a lesson to the Jews that way, but it's really a lesson for us. It's a lesson for us to know who the dogs are. How are you going to know not to take your food from white people and give to? How are you going to know that's bad? And how are you going to know who it's bad to take food from your own people from and give to them? Unless Christ leads by example, unless the Bible tells you who not to give food to, who not to give your help to. Who are the dogs? You know, the Bible mentions dogs multiple times when it's talking about people. Who is it talking about? It's talking about the Jews every time. At one point, one person who's following, I don't remember if it was Christ, or I don't think it was. I think it was a king or something, or one of the leaders of Israel at the time. It might have been Abraham or somebody. Somebody was interacting with him, and he was upset that he wasn't, being acknowledged with as much respect, or he wasn't being given as much as what he thought he was owed or something. And he replied to the leader, "What am I, a dog?" And what he was saying there is, "What am I, a Jew? Are you going to treat me like a Jew?" Because that's how Christ treated the Jews. And that's how based biblical white men treated the Jews. When we saw an Edomite, when we had to interact around an Edomite, we did our best to ignore them. And if they left us alone, we left them alone. But if they tried anything on us, they were our enemy, and we would respond accordingly. And look at how Jesus Christ responded to the Jews. He responded to them accordingly over and over and over again. They kept trying to get him with the trick questions so they could get him condemned to death. But every answer, he had a slick answer back to them that was far beyond their question's ability to snuff him out. And so, yeah, yes, it's true that the Lord did end up healing her daughter, but he only did so to make her go away. And he only did so, and he still wouldn't have done so, had she not accepted what he declared she was. And had she tried to have argued like a typical Jew would normally do. Normally, any other circumstance, if she didn't need that favor from God, if she didn't desperately need her daughter to be healed by the Lord, she would have argued with him instead. She'd have been like, "Oh, I'm just as Israelite as you are. In fact, I'm more Israelite than you are." She would have done some kind of Jewish arguing like they always do. But instead, she didn't argue. She didn't put up a fight. She said, "Truth, Lord." She just accepted what he said. "It's true, Lord, I'm a dog. But I still need your help, even though I'm a dog. I accept that I'm a dog. I accept that you declare that I'm a dog. Truth, Lord. But please help her anyway." And because she accepted what he declared she was, he went ahead and had mercy on her, But don't think Christ didn't do it reluctantly. He didn't want to heal her daughter. He knows that her daughter is corrupt because she corrupted her daughter. So in his mind, he's thinking, "Lady, you created your own mess. You created your own monster, and now you're not pleased with it because it's blown up in your face. And now you want me to save your butt, even though you hate my people and work against my people all the time, and imposter as my people and boss my people around all the time. You're our total enemy, and you're coming to me for help? Only if you accept and agree that you're our enemy." And she did. And he said, "Fine." And so that's the lesson white people should get from that. But the problem is, you go showing conservatives that story, showing that Jesus Christ had a racial preference, and then he had a racial dislike. There was a whole race that he declares are dogs. Well, a conservative will just shun that whole story out of their mind, like, "Oh, that don't exist," And they'll pretend that whole story isn't even in the Bible. And they'll keep on with their mantra that Jesus loves everybody. Jesus is a cucked hippie. He'll welcome anybody into heaven. Now we want a closed border here in America that we don't want to just let anybody in. But Jesus, oh man, heaven, he lets anybody in. Yeah, the place where he said that narrow is the way, then few be that find it, and broad is the way to destruction, and most people will be going there. Nah, somehow, even though he said that, he's really going to save everybody who's just willing to say, Lord Jesus, to him out loud. And then he's going to save you. Doesn't matter if you're black, white, Asian, whatever you are. You can pray to black Jesus. You can pray to Mexican Jesus. You can pray to Indian Jesus, whatever you got to. He don't care. He'll just save you because he's cocked hippie. And then in the same mind frame, at the same time, they want closed borders. All the while, they never read in their Bible that the heaven has 220-foot high walls. There's no bridges to heaven. You remember how the liberals are always saying, build bridges, not walls. Well, there are no bridges mentioned. There are no bridges mentioned in our Bible. Doesn't mean they didn't build bridges back then, but they're not mentioned in the Bible. There are no bridges to heaven. There are no bridges to heaven. All right. So, but heaven does have a 225 or a 220 foot high wall. Now imagine an invader walking up to a wall that's 220 foot high. Not 60 foot, not 30 feet, 220 foot high. That's a 22-story building tall. Imagine walking up to walls that high. You ain't catapulting nothing over that. Yeah. You could try to shoot a gun over it. I mean, yeah, a bullet would go up and over it and fall back down the other side, I suppose. But, I mean, you talk about pretty nice fortification. 220 foot high walls. You know, I was looking through some old things of mine not that long ago. It was just a few days ago. I was looking for something else, but I was having to go through a bunch of old stuff I had, a bunch of old notes and different things, and I was trying to find something for a friend of mine from long time ago, throwback research. And while I was sifting through some old school notes of mine, and I say old school, they're really only from a few years back, but I had transferred those notes onto my newer devices, and they survived my old device that is crashed out right now. So thankfully I had copied those notes over, and it just so happened I had them on this other device that I was thumbing through. And while I was going through the device looking through my notes, I stumbled across a whole thing that I had written out, not written out, but bullet point typed out about heaven and about its description, you know, and what we're going to live in for that temporary time. Heaven is basically just our hotel. We're not going to be living there permanently. God is going to make a new heaven and a new earth, and we're going to be placed in the new earth. So heaven is just it's not just, but heaven is our glorious resort that we will stay at, our country club resort that we will stay at for what for us will be one Sabbath day. But on earth, that one Sabbath day for us with the Lord up in heaven will actually be 1,000 earth years. And so that will be the 1,000 years that we reign with Christ. And then after that Sabbath day that we spend in heaven together, which will be 1,000 earth years, long story long, we will come back down to earth riding in heaven as like a spaceship type of thing, but there's no such thing as outer space, but you know what I mean? It's like it's a vessel, a flying vessel. It will land on the earth. It's about 1,500 miles per side. It's a perfect cube, and it's 1,500 miles each way, 12,000 furlongs. So you got 1,500 feet one way, 1,500 feet the other way, times all the way around. Then you got it, it's 1,500 feet high also. And it's made of jasper. It's a 1,500 mile per side, linear mile per side cube made of jasper. And the streets are paved in solid gold. And it sits upon rows of precious gems. And the foundation of heaven, when you look at it, because of all the different colored precious stones and gems, it gives off the appearance of a rainbow. You see all the different colors, purple and red and yellow and green and blue and clear, I imagine. And heaven's walls are transparent. And they're transparent because we are going to be kept safe inside heaven, while the non-whites of the world and all the wicked, the condemned, the doomed, the damned whites of the world who were cucked into following their ways, they will be reanimated when we return to earth inside heaven. And God is going to reanimate all the dead who litter the earth like dung. It says their bodies for that 1,000 years, which is only one day for us up in heaven, which will be Sabbath, by the way. For that 1,000 years, from the year 6,000 to the end of the year 7,000, or the end of the year 6999, earth will lay still with no sun, no moon, no stars above it, and with bodies littering the earth like dung, it says in the Bible. And what happens is, heaven is going to punch through the dome, come down into the dome. I don't know how God's mechanics of this will work, because heaven, I guess, is bigger than the dome, but somehow God will take a piece of heaven or the whole heaven. Somehow he will make it smaller than earth. I can't explain to you how that's going to be the case, but it will be. And we will punch through the dome. We will come down and rest on the earth. Most likely in the United States of America, the Garden of Eden, where it all started. He's going to finish everything right where it started. So most likely the Great War will occur around the Georgia-Florida border, somewhere there. If not deeper into Florida, like the Tampa Bay area or something, depending on if Narco Longo is accurate enough about exactly where the garden was. And he may not be. It may actually be in North Florida. It may be further south in Florida, but it's looking like it's the Tampa Bay area. It really is. And so, which is kind of unfortunate, because Tampa Bay is such a not well-kept town. I've been there a few times, and man, that is not a very well-kept place. So it's kind of a shame that of all places where the Garden of Eden most likely is, that it has to be Tampa. But when the great battle comes, it's because he's going to reanimate all those dead bodies. They're all going to just come back to life. They're all going to be right back the way they were, as though they have not laid dead. And for that 1,000 years, their bodies will not rot. Their bodies will lay perfectly, exactly for a whole 1,000 years. There will be no erosion. There will be no anything. Time will have stopped on earth. And so their bodies will not decompose. Their bodies will stay perfect in their form. They will have just fallen over dead with their bodies intact, and they will have been killed from the brightness of Jesus Christ's appearance and arrival upon the earth in the clouds. His brightness is what's going to kill them all initially. But when they are resurrected, they will all be able-bodied. Their whole body will be just like it was, the moment that Christ arrived and killed them all. It'll be as though time never passed and they never died. They will just suddenly be back on their feet, They won't know what happened for a few minutes. It'll take them all a few minutes to figure out, like, oh my gosh, and they'll all realize what's going on. And then once they all realize that, oh man, Christ has already come and he's already taken everyone who's going to be saved away, then they will all become very upset. And there will be wailing and gnashing of teeth and all those things. That's all of the frustration and anger and howling and moaning and crying and screaming and rage that will be coming from the wicked, who, once they realize that they have not been saved and that they will be scheduled for doom. And at that point, Satan is loosened, it says. And the reason why is pretty obvious. The reason why is because Satan, for that 1,000 years, earth years, that people are all dead on the earth, Satan can't do anything. So he's bound for that whole 1,000 earth years because he has no upright biped, whether it's a white person or just a non-white upright biped. He has no one to do any bidding. There is no way for him to commit any kind of sin or cause any kind of sin to be committed. There's nothing. It's literally everything is taken out of play for him. And so that is how he is bound for 1,000 years. It doesn't necessarily have to be that he's physically bound with chains and shackles and things like that. He's bound because he doesn't have anyone to use to commit acts of transgression against God's law with. There is no upright biped for him to puppeteer. And so that is how he's bound for that 1,000 years. But once all of the wicked are reanimated, now he is loosened for a short time. That is why he's loosened and how he's loosened. He's loosened and freed up again because now he's got upright bipeds to work with. He's got non-white, upright bipeds, and he's got wicked whites. So he's got suddenly he has this whole plethora of millions and millions of upright bipeds to use again, to start being able to do his bidding. So he will then form the mightiest army the world has ever seen, which will be all of the wicked who ever lived and all the non-whites who ever lived. That will form the mightiest army that ever exists on earth. It'll be probably billions of people. It'll probably be like 3 or 4 billion, upright bipeds. And he will point at heaven and say, this is our only chance. We either take them out now or we're all going in the lake of fire forever. And you ain't going to like that. So this is our one and only shot. So let's go. And he's going to rally all of them to attack heaven. And we're going to be standing there looking through the wall. This is what Revelation says. We're going to be standing inside heaven, looking through the wall, the jasper walls of heaven. See through. And they're going to be looking straight at us in the eyes, and we're going to be looking straight back at them in the eyes. And they're going to be pounding on that 220-foot see-through wall that's on the outside of the cube. And I don't know how much space will be between the wall and the actual cube of heaven's jasper wall, but there will be a barrier between us and then another barrier of space and then the actual wall. And we'll be able to look through both of those walls, the one we're inside heaven of and the protective wall outside of heaven. We're going to be able to look through both of them. And we're going to be looking them straight in the eyes, and they're going to be looking straight at us. And they're going to be screaming all their anti-white F you, and I'm going to kill you, and I'm going to rape your kid. They're going to say every vile thing. We're not going to be able to hear a word they say. We're going to be in glory. We're going to be smiling. We're going to be waving. And that's going to anger them more and more and more. But they won't be able to do anything. All they can do is stand there and try their best to attack heaven, but there's nothing they can do. And at some point, after God lets them all get out all of their last final words of frustration and disappointment in their own selves and accusations, they're going to get their last little accusations out against Whitey, their last little insult against Whitey that they ever get to say. And at some point, when God's heard enough, he's going to force all of them to their knees. Bam! It will be involuntary. They will all be forced to their knees involuntarily. And they will all scream out of their mouths that they were wrong and that Jesus Christ is the Son of God. And after they are forced to confess with their mouths that they were wrong and that Jesus Christ is the Son of God, after they are done uttering those last syllables, God is going to rain fire down from above. You know, people think about hell, they think about the lake of fire, you know, they've never seen a lake come from above necessarily, so they think, you know, oh, it's just going to form or whatever. Hell, fire, and brimstone is going to rain down from above their heads. Fire is going to rain from the sky down onto them. So not only is it going to be pelting them with fire as it comes down to the earth, but then it's going to also be forming a lake of lava, if you will, a lake of fire around their feet and start working up their legs as it gets deeper and deeper. And eventually this lake of fire will completely consume all of them. And the Holy Bible's final statement about them is that the smoke of their torment shall ascend forever and ever. And so this is why, I don't know if I've mentioned this before. I think I have in a chat long ago. But this is why, and I was going to do a whole video about smoke again in the future. Be expecting that to come in the future. I can't say exactly when I'll be able to do it, obviously, but I am going to do an entire video about smoke all over again, just like I did years ago. But I'm going to add extra facts that I forgot to add in that last video years ago. And one of the facts, the most critical one, is that this is the reason that Jews don't want anything that smokes. They don't want cars that burn fuel because they produce smoke. They don't like tobacco. They don't like white people enjoying tobacco because they don't want to see white people with smoke. Every time a Jew sees smoke, it reminds him of his future that's coming for him. And so that is why Jews have this hatred for smoke. They don't like smokers. They smoke themselves, by the way, most of the time. But they don't want to see white people smoking because it reminds them of the smoke of their torment. That's all that's going to be left of them, is the smoke of their torment. And it's going to ascend forever and ever. And this is why the Jews have this, like, they're like hell-bent on erasing any type of combustion. They don't like smoke. They don't want to see it. They don't want to see people burning anything. They don't want to see us burning oil to run our cars. It's also to take our mobility away and conquer us further and things like that. But smoke is something that Jews do not like the sight of because it's a reminder to them of their future fate coming for them. It's such a big thing that bothers them that I'm surprised they haven't tried to come up with a way to ban fire altogether. And they already have come up with all these excuses of banning white people from being able to have fires at their home. Like if you have a fire pit, you're only allowed to burn on a certain day, or certain seasons they don't let you burn at all. And they have all the reasons, like forest fires and high winds and all this stuff. And I'm sure there is, you know, some of it is necessary, I imagine. But don't think that there isn't multiplicity involved in it. There always is. Anything the Jews demand that you do or don't do or whatever, there's always multiple reasons for why. And so smoke is something that the Jews hate. They just don't like it. They already know that that's their future. And so that's part of why there was this. That's one of the reasons why they had such a war against anything that creates smoke. So that's just a little tidbit for those of you who are still stuck around here this far in the stream. And I was going to chop the stream down early tonight because going 8 hours is pretty tough on me. The next day, I have a hard time. My throat, it makes it through the whole thing, and it still works the next day, but it's definitely tender the next day for quite a few hours. And it throws off my sleeping schedule pretty hard, so I basically only sleep like an hour or two after the stream, and then I get up and I continue on. I do my whole day that way that my schedule stays normal. So basically when I do one of these, I pull like more than a 24-hour day because, like, for example, I haven't been asleep. I woke up this morning, yesterday, at 4 in the morning, so I've been up since 4 a.m. I don't know what time it is now. Let me check. Yeah. So, I've only been up about 22 hours right now. But by the time I cut the stream off, and let's say I went 8 hours, that would be another 3 hours more. And then, only sleep an hour or two and get up, I'll have basically only got a couple hours sleep out of a 24 or 26 or whatever hour period. So, it's a little tough on me the next day. Not too bad or anything, but just makes me groggy, for a couple days because I got to get my sleep schedule back and whatever. And thankfully, and that's why I love doing these Sabbath stream ones, because Sabbath is for me resting the next day. So, like in the morning, I don't have to do anything. It's Sabbath, so I can stay up, late on these nights, on Sabbath nights, and do a longer one. But tomorrow, I have a friend that I was going to meet up with, who I haven't seen in a little while. And we're looking forward to hanging out, and it's actually going to be several of us, but it's one good buddy of mine, and he's got another couple of buddies that I'm also good acquaintances with. They're coming along and meet up with us, and we're all just going to have a good day. And and I don't have to meet up with them till like noon or so. So I'll definitely be able to get a little bit of shut eye, probably a whole 5 hours, which is all I require. And I should easily be able to get that, and then still have some goof off time around the house before I need to go meet up with them tomorrow. So yeah, Sabbath is this is like the best night for me to do, because I always pretty much I have my Sabbath on Sabbath, so I can always sleep in the next day. And the only times I don't is whenever I have some like early morning thing that I'm gonna, meet up with some people or whatever for Sabbath and fellowship. But this is working out good, to be able to do Sabbath streams on Sabbath. It's the day I really want to do streams with you folks. I would rather be having a stream on Sabbath with you all than any other day of the week, obviously. And so in the future, I'll start, amassing or collecting the gear I need to make, little fancier streams. I'm not going to try to get as thorough and polished as someone like Jason or whoever else does like real nice videos like Narco Longo or any of them. But who knows? Maybe I get to that point. But at least I'll have, I'll be able to, once I have more stuff, have the proper things, I'll be able to do like music the right way where you can hear it just normally. And, I'll make sure I get a decent mic and all that stuff so that it comes through nice and decent with tone and everything. And, because that's another thing about these phone mics is I don't have any tone on this, so I sound more nasally, like I'm holding my nose the whole time. But yeah, we'll get better with it over time. I needed a year of just doing it this way easy to get comfortable with it and see if I really was going to enjoy continuing to do it. And I do enjoy it very much. I just wasn't sure like how it was going to work, if it was really going to do very well on this channel or not, and I didn't want to go buying all that stuff and then it kind of be for nothing in the end, so But it seems like people are pretty receptive to the streams. I don't get a lot of action on them, each time, or every time, but every several times we'll get quite a few visitors. So, um, there's been several times where we've been over a couple hundred visitors, in one stream and stuff, and that's good for a channel this small. So, I mean, that's literally a quarter of the subscribers. So that's pretty decent for, a channel as small as we are. And so, yeah, hopefully we'll get, busier and busier on the streams. And I will do my part and try to and do my best to start making them nicer and not just be chatting with y'all where all you get is an audio thing to listen to. I will start building visuals again. I know I've said that before, but I really couldn't start before. Now I'm actually coming into the time of year where I will be able to start, having a little more time, and hopefully I'll be able to start building some visual things along with the streams, or just start building videos again like I've been wanting to do anyway. So in the meantime, I hope all of you have a lovely and restful and grateful to God and glorious Sabbath day today. Don't forget to say your prayers to our Father. Thank Him for this Sabbath. Thank Him for every Sabbath. Thank Him for every Sabbath that will come in the future through all eternity. You want to thank Him for those because you want to be there, right? I want you to be there. And so definitely, do your Sabbath prayers every week. Don't forget to send happy Sabbath texts to your loved ones. And don't forget that, it's okay if they don't say happy Sabbath back. It's okay if they just put you too, or have a great weekend, or whatever. If they disregard the whole Sabbath word, just keep at it. Remember, that's how the commies, that's how the Jews win, is nonstop repetition. Nonstop repetition. Constant and persistent repetition. That's what we have to do. Every Sabbath, persistence, consistency. Every Sabbath. And eventually, your mom or your aunt or your grandma or whoever you're working on, whoever you love that you're trying to win over, friend, best friend, whatever, eventually one day they're going to beat you to it. They're going to be like, happy Sabbath to you, just to beat you at it one day. Right? And then it becomes a game. They start saying, I beat you. And you go, oh, yeah, you beat me this week. All right, I got to try to beat you next week. And it becomes a fun thing. You've turned something that they would have never even considered honoring before. And now you've actually tricked them. You've kind of duped them into remembering it every week. And that's the first word of God's fourth commandment, is the word remember. Remember it. You can't keep Sabbath if you don't even remember it. So the first step is getting them to remember it, And the only way they're going to remember it is if they ever start keeping track of it. And the only way they're ever going to start keeping track of it is if you remind them of it every week. So it's fun. It works. Happy Sabbath. That's how you want to do it. You don't want to have any explanation with it. None of that. Just happy Sabbath, Hope you have a great Sabbath today. People accept it more than you would imagine. People don't reject it usually. It's a positive statement. Who wants to shoot down a positive statement? You know what I mean? A wishing you well kind of statement. Nobody wants to shoot that down. So it's accepted more than you would imagine by people that you wouldn't expect to accept it. And you don't have to give them an explanation. Just, basically everyone that knows you in the future ought to just be going, well, yeah, he's a Sabbath keeper. So, she sends happy Sabbath to me every Sabbath, every Saturday I get a text from her, happy Sabbath, it ought to just be something that everyone who knows you knows that that's how you are. That's how you roll. Every Sabbath, it's Sabbath to you, and you say happy Sabbath to everybody. And over time, you will grow on others. It will grow on them. And God will move on them. Okay? And next thing you know, you'll have people calling you who would have never thought about Sabbath in their whole life or kept Sabbath or cared about it or anything. Eventually, you'll have them sending you, or when you call them on the phone, they'll say it to you before you say it to them. And they'll be like, I beat you. And that's what you want. That's what you're trying to win them over toward. You're trying to get them to where they want to beat you to saying happy Sabbath to you. And now you've got them remembering without them even realizing it. The next step is for them to care about it. But just like in Alcoholics Anonymous, you do it one step at a time. The first step is admitting you have a problem, right? Well, the first step in this is getting them to remember Sabbath. Once you've got them over that hump where they remember it every week because you're always hitting them with happy Sabbath text to the point where now they know every Sabbath when it comes because they're expecting any moment for you to send them a text. Now, when you've got that established, then you can start, one of these times, eventually they ask you like, oh, you're always sending me these happy Sabbath texts, Eventually they'll ask you something about it. And there's your chance to witness about it, And you don't even got to do a big witness about it or a big biblical explanation about it. You could just be like, haven't you noticed your life's gotten better since you and I have been texting happy Sabbath to each other? Have you not noticed that? And even if their life hasn't gotten better lately, if you just suggest it that way, they'll probably sit there and think for a moment and go, yeah, I guess life has been pretty nice, recently. Everything's been going okay. That might not work for someone has a family member that's been dying and going through all kinds of suffering. Maybe it would work in that case. But for the most part, the average person that's just going through life, la-di-da, you could suggest that way. You could be like, once they finally do question you about Sabbath, be like, well, hasn't your life kind of improved a little since you've been, doesn't it spunk up your, haven't you noticed an improvement in your livelihood, in the last few months since we've been texting back and forth the happy Sabbath thing? And maybe there hasn't been any improvement, but they may actually convince themselves that there has been, And that might not be the best way to witness. Maybe the best way is really do the biblical explanation. But I'm just saying, feel out each person. Their personality. How they, to react with them best. And, just get creative. We're white people. You are white people. You are creative. You have those genes in you. It's bred into your DNA. And I don't necessarily follow all that, but I'm just figuratively speaking. It's bred into you. It's part of your heritage. It's part of your people's mentality. So be clever, be creative. Use the clever and creativity levels that leftists do. We have to learn to do that. We have to learn to be as clever and creative as they are. And even as militant about our faith as they are about theirs. That's how they win. Conservatives aren't militant enough about their faith because it's half-hearted and it's misguided. The leftists are 100% focused. They know what their goals are and they fight for them every day. And they cheat and they do anything possible to win by any means necessary, like they always say. We have to start playing that same game. By any means necessary, we have to win our people over. By any means necessary, we have to get our people to start honoring Sabbath, remembering it, and then eventually start honoring it. Step one and then step two. We have to do it as clever and creative and loud and militantly as they do for their cause. And I hope all of you figure out the best ways to do so in your own environments. So God bless the USA. God bless Europe. God bless all of our white Christian countries. God bless all of you, my kindred people. God bless your children. I hope God blesses, and I'm thankful that God has blessed all of our uncucked people who are trying our best for our people. God bless to all of the other based pro-white YouTubers that I may not necessarily fully agree with, including Jason and including Elijah and including Fleckas. and including anybody else that I disagree with in some ways, Survive the Jive and all these others who are still maybe not the way we need them to go yet. So God bless you to all of our people who love and care about our Holy Bible and our God's Word, what it says, what it teaches us. I look forward to talking to all of you again as soon as possible. Take care and have a lovely, wonderful, glorious, happy, faithful Christian Sabbath today. Take care.